IKEA.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Quackers Collection. Welcome to day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. I'm streaming tonight. I'm streaming all day tomorrow.
Not to brag, but I just switched to Verizon.
So you got an awesome network.
And when I switched, I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not bragging.
You're bragging.
Oh, he's bragging. Who, me? Never. Oh, excuse me. Hello, Your Royal Highness, sir.
Okay, that's a brag.
Hey, Mom. I gotta call you back. Switch and choose the phone you want. Like the
first round was pretty interesting, if I should say so myself.
Bragging about
Verizon. Next on Behind the Series. Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever assembled.
The monster, the outlaw. You can't forget about the boss. Sometimes you just want to eat your heroes.
The Subway Series, the greatest menu of all time. Every week, you see our stats. And just so you know, we see yours too. We see you, Gianna, leading 100% of your students to graduate on time. We see you, Diane, training hundreds of public defenders to provide equal justice for all. We see all of you across the nation putting up the numbers that inspire change in your communities. We see you, change makers, and we support you.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first
this is going to be about 5 hours. So
intestinal worms. Well, heartworm disease, no problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
At Amica, we provide you with something more than auto, home, or life insurance. It's empathy.
Yep, I am going to be streaming.
Because at Amica, your coverage always comes with compassion.
Welcome to the 2023 National Football League Draft in Kansas City.
Chiefs Stadium, can I hear you out there?
All right.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback.
I'm just trying to live in the moment. I can't wait to get to work tomorrow.
The Texans take second overall.
CJ Stroud.
So they do take a quarterback.
So I'm going to be the best teammate, the best leader, the best quarterback I can be.
As the Texans trade back up into the third spot, and they have just made a selection.
The Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr.
Hey, the Houston Texans aren't messing around, guys. Now we get to the Colts, and this has got to be a quarterback.
Anthony Richardson, quarterback.
Doesn't mean Will Levis is out of it, but that's what it feels like on a night tonight.
With the 8th pick, Bijan Robinson. The Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba.
Chargers select Quentin Johnston. Ravens select Jay Flowers. Vikings select Jordan Addison. Nolan Smith.
It's impossible Nolan Smith just dropped. It's unbelievable.
Kansas City Chiefs select the undisputed DK Asaba.
We'll wrap it up for night one here in Kansas City. Fun night. Just a fun night. And I came to work here, and I thought to myself, that's just 31 picks. The entire bulk of the draft is still to come. But when you go for a first night of a draft, and there's so many big names and so many surprises, and so many names that could be so impactful on the field in this coming fall, you feel like that was the big fireworks. And then tonight, rounds 2 and 3 before 4 through 7, and as we all saw last year, the last guy picked in the draft could be one of the most impactful of the playing season. Now, so you can't. One of the most relevant. No doubt. See what I did there? I do see what you did there. Very relevant fact in your own right. So let's send things inside to the draft hall with Peter and Pete. chance.
Rich, inside the Pittsburgh Steelers draft room, they're getting significant interest in the number 32 overall pick. Obviously, the first pick of the second round. And, we talk about this every year. There's rarely a trade. He might get one this year. Among the teams, I'm told, interested in potentially coming up to number 32, the Falcons, the Titans, the Raiders, the Commanders, and there are more. It sounds like the price is going to be high, and if the Steelers are willing to get out, they're going to be able to get legit compensation. One other quick thing to watch, Rager, you might see a potential running back trade either tonight or tomorrow. DeAndre Swift might end up being traded from the Lions after they took Jameer Gibbs.
That quickly. Another team to look at that didn't make a pick last night and won't be active early. The 49ers have been making calls already. They've got those 3 picks, 99, 100, 102. The 49ers could be looking to make a move up and get in the action at some point. We know they give up all those picks with all the trades they've made. Niners can be active. Ian, I love the Killers behind me here. This is Bright Side's a great song. I'm enjoying this, dude. I got to be honest. I'm loving the draft. This is great.
Well, you have no choice. We have glass, though, right behind us. So we're glass encased. We're hermetically sealed. Speaking of which, there is some weather that could be coming in just as the Steelers are put on the clock. Now, you just heard what Ian had to say about the teams that are knocking on the door for the 32nd overall pick. And
I think the 32nd overall pick
is there a possibility
is Joey Porter Jr. They need to go get him. Since he's still on the board, I think they.
So I think if you're talking about being aggressive with this pick, usually it's either a pass rusher or a quarterback, and most of the time it's for a quarterback. I would think this is Will Levis, but I wouldn't rule out Hendon Hooker being involved as well. And we have such a disparity of picks tonight. So many teams are loaded, and some other teams don't have many. We're going to see a ton of action. It's not just going to be this first one potentially with Pittsburgh, guys. This is going to be one trade after another tonight.
And this takes me back to the night we were all together, and the New Orleans Saints made that big move up. I think played home with it as well, but we brought quarterback, and it's Marcus Davenport. So position players are in play here. And when you think about it, you talk about who you say pass rushers, normally a premium spot. Right now, the top-rated guys you have, I believe, are Keon White, B.J. Ojolari. But we have some corners who didn't go last night that many thought were in play. You talk about Brian Branch from Alabama, who's a corner nickel. And then, of course, Joey Porter Jr. didn't go last night. So there may be a little run on those guys, too.
The other thing is, talked to a bunch of teams last night. The name that kept coming up was Michael Mayer's our highest-rated guy. But we have 6 other tight ends that we're comfortable with. So when does he come off the board? Because he is an outstanding player. He's a first-round talent.
Are you going to go? Are you saying he's getting hurt this year a little bit? The depth of this position.
100%.
Actually, a hurting guy because he is the full quality guy, Joel.
Yeah.
But he's not the guy that is, I think a lot of people say, super dynamic.
Right.
So if you don't have that trait, that doesn't boost you up above other people sometimes, despite the record.
Bears' problem is that you get a similar player in Laporte, maybe not Bears' quality, but similar. Maybe even Musgrave from Oregon State, to your point. Like, there's depth behind that. But if you're looking at Will Levis, right, let's go back to that original question, Rich. You're looking at this guy, you would
Fucking.
know. Listen, I don't think many teams thought he was going to be sitting here and they could sleep on this and they could look at their draft capital and discuss amongst themselves, hey, we're going to try to make a move. There's one thing that I really like about Will Levis, and that's the fact that we can throw the football down the field, guys. And if you're going to run the ball and you're going to try to build a tough-oriented offensive line, maybe in a division like the AFC South, like Tennessee for me is the team. I know they don't have a ton of capital today. They only have 2 picks today. There's one at 41 and then another in the 3rd round. But this is a team that we thought might move up to get someone like him in the 1st round. And now they have an opportunity to sit here, watch this tape, see him throw the ball down the field, think about play-action pass for Mike Vrabel. That could be a fit.
And let's keep it there with Tennessee, Joel, because if you're going to use them as the example, it doesn't matter what they have left in terms of draft capital. If a quarterback is the target, they have to go now.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, that goes off the field. Remember, they used a 3rd rounder last year, Malik Willis, pushed him to their number 2 quarterback during preseason. He was their number 2 all year long. And then at the end of the season, come playoff time, they played dashed out till they signed recently. The Malik Willis doesn't seem to be their answer. If you thinking it, now's the time.
That Levis would be a better fit with Tennessee because he played for a defensive-oriented coach and a run game-oriented offense at Kentucky, and that would be the similar thing to the Titans.
Let the big arm off the heavy play action. Derrick Henry running the ball.
Is there a third quarterback to go off?
It's funny how this starts. So Jared Hall from BYU has a lot of supporters amongst the coaches. The quarterback coach is a tight fraternity. You hear his name a bunch. And Jake Hayner is another one I would keep an eye on. Maybe we get three. That would be good.
And both of them older and mature, a la a Brock Purdy coming out.
And you hear a lot of like, hey, he could be a Russell Wilson type. You know, maybe not even in style, but value in that middle round.
And if not, then maybe we get 5 in the first 2 nights as opposed to 5 in the first round, as a lot of people are thinking coming into KC.
Junior frying season. Yes, Chris. I got my own.
Stick it in the onion bag.
You don't get it until you go all in.
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
Lexus IS, all in on the sport sedan. The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years, putting the most advanced technology into people's hands, generation after generation, tool after tool, again and again. Bringing you the broadest and most reliable network of service dealers, always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
Rumor has it you're considering a trade to leave the booth for the bar.
Listen, Nikki, I'm always looking for the best opportunity to watch, but I'm just focused on getting the next round. Beers. Yeah.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
Buster died, actually, if I remember correctly.
Ever since we started looking for a better cashback credit card.
Options have been coming out of the woodwork.
Exactly.
Yeah, racist Biden, racist Buden.
Smartest decision by comparing top cards. That way you get cash back on the things you care about most.
Oh, that one has cashback on dining out.
Oh, that's great because our table is.
We don't have a table.
Where's our daughter?
Hi, Mom.
NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
Hey, Dad. What's the ocean like? Are there animals living underwater? Is the ocean warm?
Yeah, it can be very warm.
You were made to remember some days forever. We were made to help you find the best way there. Admit it. You use my Old Spice body wash.
I'm not letting hotel soap near my skin. It's the lavender mint for me to get better.
Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
You inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
Just one pick away, baby.
One pick, and we can take the North.
One pick away from running through the whole NFC.
Not if you run into them boys. You got more burgers than rings.
The Raiders are going to run this draft.
Hot take, Joe.
Not as hot as our next pick.
Our season's on the clock.
Our future's on the clock.
Our legacy is on the clock.
NFL Draft. Detroit Lions. Las Vegas Steelers. Select.
All right, about 15 minutes, less than that, until the second night of this draft is placed on the clock by the Commissioner of the National Football League. Again, weather is in the area, but nothing yet. It's only supposed to be around our parts for the first couple hours of tonight's draft. Hopefully not at all, so we can see a similar crowd to the one that we saw last night, 125,000 fans here in Kansas City. Ian, take it away.
Rich, the two biggest storylines we're watching as we head into tonight, first of all, is someone here to come up and trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 32. My understanding is they're getting real and significant interest there among the teams that have discussed potentially moving up. Some of these teams also discussed moving up into the back of the first round yesterday. The Falcons, the Titans, the Raiders, the Commanders, and there are others. Whether or not the Steelers make a pick here, just know their interest is legit, and they're going to be able to get big-time compensation if they decide to make a trade. And then a topic you guys have been talking about, where do the quarterbacks go? I'm kind of like you guys are talking about. I won't be surprised if Hendon Hooker, for the right team, maybe it's someone like the Titans, does go before Will Levis. Still have not found a spot for Will Levis to land tonight.
Well, it is Hendon Hooker going to Tennessee, for instance, gents. Obviously, Ron Tannehill is there. And because Hooker 2023 is a wash. Why are the Falcons potentially interested in somebody like either Hooker or Will Levis, with Desmond Ridder having been drafted the second round last year and playing some last year? I mean, I don't know how you can fully evaluate him based on just the limited amount of starting time he got last year. Is there something else that we need to know about?
I don't think it's an indictment of Ridder at all. I think that's incomplete right now with that report. And you say, okay, we're not going to take a quarterback in 8. We're going to wait and see. Maybe there's some value. We see real value there, and we add another talented guy into the room and battle for that position. We're willing to do that at this point in time. If you can hit on one of these guys, we've seen the luxury that provides to the rest of your roster build. So it's not that you don't believe in Ridder. You don't know what you have in Ridder. So, hey, if you like a quarterback and he falls at this point in time, go ahead and do it. And they're certainly building a team similar to what Joel described about the Tennessee Titans in terms of they got the running back last night, Bijan Robinson, the big receiver last year, Drake London. They got a big tight end the year before. This is what we're talking about. You run the football, and then you throw over the top and sting people downfield. A big arm quarterback does that. And listen, people say Hendon Hooker doesn't have a big arm. He's the best deep ball thrower out of this whole group we have here. So he can put that ball downfield for those guys to go get.
He's also lost goalposts on behalf of his team.
Happily sacrificed goalposts.
Melissa Stark, take it away.
Rich, 4 prospects were made in the green room at the end of last night. Only one is coming back tonight. That is Alabama's Brian Branch, and I can confirm he is in the building because I went through security with him just a few minutes ago. We will interview him on stage once he's drafted. One player who is not here tonight, we've been talking a lot about him, and that is quarterback Will Levis. I spent some time with him last night and his family on the red carpet, and they were so excited. I don't think they ever imagined this happening in their wildest dreams. But he did feel once Tennessee passed on him at 11 that this could be a possibility. Still, he was hopeful something might break his way, but it didn't. He and his family flew home to Connecticut today, and they will spend tonight with extended family and friends. But last night was such a huge celebration for so many, and it's a highlight for me to get to interview these prospects on stage, but also to do the red carpet and talk to their mothers and their fathers and their brothers and sisters, because it's such a celebration for them as well. And then you see the tears and you see the emotions. You also see the fashion. And I have to say, my favorite outfit of the night was the Vikings' newest wide receiver, Jordan Addison, and he was dancing in the green room. He came out. I asked him if he had a signature dance move to go with Justin Jefferson's Gritty. He said not yet, but he might get one. And I know that the picture of me and him, he's wearing that pink suit and those glasses, that Daniel Jeremiah, that you think that should be my Christmas card. So DJ, I want to let you know you're going to be the first one to receive it.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. It's real good. Yeah, I can't pass up that opportunity. It looks like it was planned beautifully. Let's get those shipped out. I love it. Hey, listen, when you're up there twinning like that, you have to make it a Christmas card.
By the way, I have no problem with Will Levis going home. I wouldn't want to walk into a train station for the rest of my life. Like I'm flying. I'm not taking a train anywhere. Because that was a long night. It was a very, very long night, and I'm sure he can't wait to turn that page, get drafted tonight. Talk about that, but he can use that to his advantage once he gets out on the field.
One thing I want to add on Will Levis,
So I got a chance to talk to him on the phone for about 30 minutes about a month ago. And this guy is dialed in terms of how much he wants this, the work that he puts in, the daily regimen, the schedule that he has. He's very smart. He's a great worker. There's a lot of great qualities about him. We've talked about some of the inconsistencies on the field. But to me, I don't want it to get lost. This guy's got ability. He's smart. He's tough. He's a good worker. And let's just hope for his sake he lands in the right spot, the right opportunity, and go from there.
And CD, you keep bringing up, and I know it's not just because he went to Tennessee, but Hendon Hooker as well. And I think we'd be remiss without mentioning him because I actually had he and Will Levis very close in my evaluation. When I look at Hendon Hooker, it's not just that he had a great season. It's that he was so efficient throwing the ball down the field. Now, this is a unique offense that Tennessee runs, where they like to have basically a half-field read, and then he's got to read the route of the wide receiver who's making a decision of whether to take his route vertical down the field or hook it up in front of the defense. Now, Jalen Hyatt had a phenomenal season, the Biletnikoff Award winner, and these two guys were on the same page, but this is hard to do, to sit in the pocket. He's instructed to not get much depth and then read the defense along with being on the same page with your wide receiver. He did it better than anybody. This is the old Baylor offense from Art Briles and that run with RG3 and Bryce Petty. They had great wide receivers, but the ability to sit in the pocket and understand what's going on down the field and then make that read with your wide receiver, that's a really special trait, and he did it so well.
And speaking of special, Rich, I'm glad you brought it up about no problem with Will Levis leaving the green room. I have no problem with any of these young people leaving the green room. And remember, Keon White was here, no longer here. I did the pass rush out of Georgia Tech. Ryan Branch stayed, as Melissa told us. But we also lost Will Levis is gone, and Joey Porter Jr. These kids are used to living their life on stage, social media, and everything else like that. But that doesn't mean they're still not kids, and it doesn't hurt to be in the spotlight. This weekend was supposed to be a weekend that was supposed to be special. They remember forever. And right now, that feeling they have, they wish they had never done this weekend. It'll hurt. It'll come apart. It'll be much better for them later. But let's not forget these youngsters and what they're doing. Let's see what they do in the pros. But what a tough weekend for them. I totally can.
And I'm sure, Ken, they all thought that they would be going to a team last night and a BJ, right, last night. And then go somewhere and begin their careers. And the fact that it didn't happen last night was a very long night last night. I don't blame them.
Don't forget, it's their friends, it's their family, it's their coaches, it's the people who really aren't those people, but are close enough to you to, hey, how you doing? Hey, how's it going?
Right? That's right.
Hey, how are you? Oh, I didn't know that would happen. That false sympathy that they're giving you, that's tough on these youngsters.
Well, then you know what they should do? Go to social media and go back 2 days to what the Giannis.
That's another guy, Isaiah Foskey. I forgot. I always forget about him. He was a first-round prospect at one point.
I talked about this being the starting line last night, right, for these. Listen, if you thought you were going to get drafted last night, you didn't get drafted, guess what? It is not the end of the world because you will get an opportunity in an NFL camp. Go take advantage of it. Use this as motivation for the rest of your career and let it burn deep inside your soul so that you work harder than the guys that were selected tonight. That's what I would be telling those guys.
And they're going to,
because this is still a starting line.
and they're going to hear it. It's just going to, right now, it'll be hard for that to seep in on them. Later on, it will.
Maurice Jones-Drew wore number 32 in his career because that's the number of teams that passed up on him in the first round.
Ask Brady about the 7 guys that were.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Brady 6, right? And no, it's all right. It's only NFL Films people who are offended by that. But
Did they gas him?
Max Crosby has on his notes on his phone the name of every defensive end that got picked before.
How about a quick piece of tape of Bob Ross St. Brown, remembering every wide receiver that went ahead of him, and he can recite them right in a row, what number they went, where it happened, and now look at him. Put that chip on your shoulder. Make it a boulder. Use it. Peter Schrager.
Joel's deep in his soul. I'm not as, and I'm getting texts. I live in New York City. Multiple people who were at the draft last night flew back to New York. Will Levis was on a regular commercial flight to JFK, and the flight was delayed, sitting on the runway like all of us. And this is a humbling experience for everyone who goes through that. I am so excited to see Will Levis's next chapter. Spoken to people who know him, that he's in a good place right now. He's with his family in Connecticut. And last night, that's a reality TV show. That one burns. This is real life, though, and he'll get drafted today, and he'll be better for this. I'm excited to see what we get from Will Levis, because I think he's going to end up in a better situation than if he was taken up at the top and he wasn't ready to go to that atmosphere.
The answers are about to come. The answers are about to come. And by the way, great point, Joel, about Giannis. That is an incredible soliloquy that he mentioned when the Bucks got eliminated in 5 to the Miami Heat about failure, how he views that makes you stronger. And I suggest everyone seek it out if they did not see it. Pittsburgh's going to be put on the clock in short order. The commissioner of the National Football League will come out. And then the Arizona Cardinals will have at it. Detroit, Indianapolis will see the Rams for the first time before the Seahawks, who had 2 picks last night, choose again. The Raiders, the Panthers will add somebody to Bryce Young, and then the Saints. That's the way we kick things off. Who might trade up, however? Tennessee Titans, the Atlanta Falcons supposedly bringing up Western PA right now to see if they can make a trade. The intrigue and drama's about to unfold again. Live on NFL Network. It was so great last night. Let's do it again. Night 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft rounds 2 and 3 are on the air once again. Back here in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, home of the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs, and fans of all ages and of all teams are here tonight to watch the second and third rounds of this NFL Draft go down. It's the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Verizon, right here live on NFL Network. Pleased to be back here with you, and we appreciate you choosing us as your Friday night draft viewing pleasure. Rich Eisen along with Joel Klatt of Fox Sports, Charles Davis, and the man who moves the sticks and the needle for us right here on our draft coverage, Daniel Jeremiah. Good to see you. DJ, your thoughts coming into tonight are what?
Well, I thought night 1, teams were intrigued to see what was going to happen. There was so much mystery. They're legit excited about tonight because this is the guts of this draft. This is the value of this draft. And as we get going, tight end, interior offensive line, 2 really good deep groups. I think we see some runs early there.
Yeah, if you're speaking of runs, what about the defensive backs, corners in particular, and wide receivers? A number of guys didn't come off the board last night that we expected. On the corners, Joey Porter Jr. didn't come off the board. Okay, Brian Brandt from Alabama was a great nickel, didn't come off the board. And then there are a lot of receivers. I said it at the start of this draft. There wouldn't be 7 receivers in the first round, but there's 7 rounds worth of receivers. We'll start to see that tonight.
Well, last night started with 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks. I think that we're going to have quarterback drama right off the get-go here tonight in round 2, and I think it'll continue. Rich, I really think that we're going to get 2, maybe even 3 quarterbacks selected here on night 2, which would make 6 in the first 3 rounds.
In terms of right away, the Steelers are on the clock, and that's what you're referring to, not because the Steelers want one, but because the rest of the league who might want one knows the Steelers don't need one. They do actually need more picks. Peter Schrager and Ian Rappaport type
Rich, I'm looking at who is going to come up and trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers for the number 32 overall pick. There's been a lot of action among the teams to watch: the Falcons, the Titans, the Raiders, and the Commanders. A lot of interest.
Text from a GM just now. Brother, everyone wants to move, but no one wants to make a deal. Don't be so sure there's going to be this flurry of trades. You got to give things up. We'll see what happens at the top of the second round.
That's right. There's a ton of great players. Maybe the Steelers have one in mind and just say,
all right, here we go. Here's the draft. Here's the second round of the draft.
We've got a whole bunch of new friends, maybe some old ones from last night coming here in between Union Station and the World War I Memorial and Museum. There they are. Stay where you are. The Steelers will go on the clock to kick off night 2 in a moment.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone. Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Lowe's knows the most powerful tool in the toolbox is an app that saves you time and money. That's why we got an app that lets you build an instant quote, reorder your favorites, and track your MVP's Pro Rewards. It works hard so you can stay on the job, get it done, and move on to the next. You got this. We got you.
Affordable design, endless possibilities. IKEA.
While Pro Tony Pollard is training to win on the field, Tony trusts Invisalign aligners to improve his winning smile, joining 15 million smiles worldwide. Invis is trusted by the pros.
At Amica, we know the most important part of the car is the driver.
I'm so glad you're okay. There's a reason people call Myrtle Beach the beach. Here, you become your best self. Because Myrtle Beach can take you anywhere. Whether it's big and adventurous, or quiet and curious. Whether you're going all out, or staying in the moment. Whatever you want, we've got it covered over. Welcome to 60 Miles Where You Belong. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Welcome to NFL Network's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft presented by Verizon. The commissioner of the National Football League about to come out and put the Steelers on the clock to start tonight's proceedings. 7 minutes in between picks here in the second round, and then it will go down to 5 minutes for round 3, and that's how long it will be between picks for the rest of the draft all day tomorrow. As you can see, there will be a presentation on the stage when the commissioner comes out there. He's not announcing every pick tonight. There'll be some special guests along with the commissioner.
Let's go, Kansas City!
Here we go.
Come on! That's it!
Boo! Boo!
Wow, looking out here tonight, thank you, Kansas City, for your passion. Thank you for being here. And welcome back to night 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Last night, in front of 125,000 people here in Kansas City and 34 million viewers, we welcome 31 extraordinary players into the NFL family. Tonight, as you can see, I'm joined by some current players and legends who will help us select the next generation of players to join the NFL. Also on stage are active duty service members from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps. Moments, and we're going to get another shot at that. As you know, Kansas City has a deep connection to our armed forces, and it's fitting that our stage sits directly in front of the World War I Memorial. Thank you. This year, we've had prospects for military academies who will go on to serve our country after their NFL careers. We honor our service members and veterans. Thank you for your service and being with us here tonight. So Kansas City, you ready? It's time to kick off night 2. Round 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Pittsburgh Steelers are now on the clock.
All right, here we go. The Steelers are on the clock.
The reason why the Steelers are kicking off night number 2. Usually, this pick belongs to whoever did pick first overall in the draft. It belonged once upon a time to the Bears, who traded a second-round choice to Pittsburgh at the deadline last year for Chase Claypool. So this acquisition of Chase Claypool has led the Steelers to be in this catbird seat position tonight. Rarely are missing any draft choices. Usually you look at their card or their docket on a draft night, it's 1 through 7. They don't usually trade up. They don't usually trade down. They did trade a 4th-round pick last night to hop over the Jets to take Broderick Jones. They've got 2 2s, a 3 and 2 7s, so they might need to talk a little bit. That's how I send things over to you. I wonder what you think is going on right now in Western PA and how many people are calling them up to replenish their draft choices.
Well, according to even strengths, there have been a lot of phone calls up here for this pick. You mentioned the Steelers not having a full haul of picks. It makes a ton of sense for them to get back because I look at the corner position. Charles, you referenced this a minute ago. You've still got Joey Porter. What a pick that would be. And
They're going to pick Joey Porter. Watch.
But Grant, who can play the nickel, could also play some safety. Keely Ringo. You got Tyreek Stevenson. You've got a whole host of corners that you could get to. So if you want to slide back in 8-9 spots, I think you're going to still like what's there at the corner position.
They're going to pick Joey Porter.
If they can't get out.
They're not going to trade out of the pick at this point.
For some reason, they can't get out. Interior defensive line, Cam Hayward just does great work in there. But at the same time, I think they're looking for a running mate and a successor. There's a guy that Daniel Jeremiah likes an awful lot out of Wisconsin named Keanu Benton. Yes. Who's sitting there early.
They're going to pick him. They're going to pick Porter.
Get out, but if they don't, you got Pittsburgh. I think that defensive front might get some of the help that the offensive front got in the offseason. Benton's got that natural ability to play that nose position right in the interior there. Big, thick body. Has been really a high-level contributor for Wisconsin since he was a freshman. That Joey Porter Jr. selection, I think, would be fun. I mean, that would be super fun, obviously. In particular, with where he played, obviously, his dad, all of the connections there. So they can do a lot of different things. For the entirety of the last, 20 hours, Rich, I think it's going to be a trade. So I'm actually surprised that we're sitting here and they're still on the clock at this moment.
Well, we're 3 minutes into their allotted time. And this is, again, we do see phone lines
we got
burning right there.
Looks like they're going to.
Choice. It could be a trade being made. You see Tomlin to your left. That is appearing to be Art Mooney, who is strolling around the facility there. And again, they did acquire Allen Robinson. They do have George Pickens. They got Deontay Johnson. They've got Najee Harris. Broderick Jones to now protect their quarterback from last year, Kenny Pickett. And that's the whole idea, is that maybe somebody is trading right now to go choose a quarterback, or the Steelers stay put and take a bunch of the guys that you just mentioned.
When you see the phone getting passed around in that room, usually that means you're going to stick and pick. So, I just come back to that corner, and with Joey Porter there, that just makes all the sense in the world. And also remember Patrick Peterson coming in there in the offseason. Is there a better mentor at that position than him?
In addition to Patrick Peterson, not just mentoring, they'll play some corner.
It's going to be Joey
They'll
Porter
also
Jr.
play some safety as well. They'll use him all over the place.
Rich, when the Steelers were talking about who they were going to select midway through the first round, one of the names that kept coming up to me is the name you guys just mentioned, Joey Porter Jr. Obviously would be a big hit in Pittsburgh. He is still there. He's still on the board. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of those teams were talking to the Steelers about maybe coming up.
Steelers pick is in.
If they stick, I would say that's an name to watch. If he doesn't go here, it should go very quickly.
Steelers pick is in. It's going to be Joey Porter Jr. Watch.
Who has rare length. Had some penalty issues, Joel, the year before. Cleaned a lot of that play.
Not really sure who Arizona's going to pick at 33.
The toughest task
But
every single week, including, unfortunately for him, his worst was against Marvin Harrison Jr. By the way, he did it against everybody. That's one of the benefits of that schedule being the way it is, that Devin Witherspoon did not have to play against Marvin Harrison Jr. So he
all right, so the Cardinals are on the clock.
like Joey Porter Jr. did, but that's really the only guy that he struggled against.
They're about to announce the pick.
Very aggressive in the back end.
Well, the pick is in. So the Steelers are sticking and picking, and the Arizona Cardinals are already a minute into their time. So the Pittsburgh Steelers having the first pick tonight, they've been talking about it there for a week. They had their pre-draft press conference, recently, and we're talking about how excited they were to have this pick again. It was part of the Chase Claypool compensation from last year's trade deadline.
And I think, the fact that they have another one coming up at 49, they might just say, hey, we didn't get the deal we love. At 49, we can then move back and try and recoup some of those picks that they're missing.
Maybe so, certainly, if players begin to fall. All right, so we're going to have to stop the dancing queen to bring out the commissioner of the National Football League.
Here's the pick. It's going to be Joey Porter Jr. falling right into their laps.
Actually coming out to announce the pick.
Let's get this started, Kansas City. Steeler Nation, where you at? There we go. It's an honor and a privilege to announce that with the 32nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah! Woo! Joey Porter!
He's a Pittsburgh Steeler just like that.
And they love the family connections. When you think about this Pittsburgh Steelers group, the Hayward family, the Watt family, you think about the Porter family, the length is rare. You're talking about extremely long arms, and he can run and carry these vertical routes all day long. See the physicality to get up there and finish tackles out in space. He plays the game very aggressively for a big corner. You love to see that. Here he is as a blitzer. The first to close and finish. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement in his play. To me, guys, when you think about the AFC, and we talked about back
Joey Porter Jr. is a Steeler, and I knew that was going to happen because his dad went there, his dad coached there, he went to Penn State of all.
Joey Porter Jr. is on the left there after that Super Bowl victory with his dad on the field. I would say this about
the Falcons put up the pull.
Defense was leaned upon heavily, in particular in 2021 as they
All right, let's see who the Arizona Cardinals pick.
And there were several games, guys, that if the defense wouldn't have made a play, and more specifically the secondary, guys like Jair Brown, Jaquan Brisker, and Joey Porter Jr., they were constantly making the plays that quarterbacks normally have to make.
Joey Porter Jr. is a Steeler. Joey's off the board now. The Cardinals are on the clock, and they have 3 minutes left to make a selection.
Whether it's Jamar Chase or T. Higgins playing outside the numbers, okay? If you're spending time there, Baltimore all of a sudden has jumped up and gotten into the receiver game. the back end to help you. We know the outside linebackers, pass rushers, they're the fuel for the Pittsburgh defense. Those corners have to step up and play well.
I remember being in Baltimore when Heath Miller was still on the board. Nazi Newsom said, that guy's a Steeler. Well, this is an easy one to say this guy's a Steeler. He grew up with this team. Arizona has 2.5 minutes now on the second pick of the night.
Rich, the Arizona Cardinals at number 33 are also talking trade possibilities. Perhaps the same teams that were talking to the Pittsburgh Steelers before they ended up taking Joey Porter Jr. Still a lot of interest. And just a reminder, those teams, the Falcons, the Titans, the Raiders, their Commanders, potentially all those same teams.
Monty Austin Fort does not believe in trading DeAndre Hopkins, apparently.
Last night, the trade that really got
they had the second worst scoring defense.
From 12 to 3.
I mean, they're the Arizona.
And then Arizona wound up moving back up to take Paris Johnson and flipping the draft choice that's coming up next to Detroit, which is eager to find out who Arizona's going to take right now. What do you think?
Well, we talked about them in the first round at 3, and for the longest time we were saying, well, they'll get Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, whichever one falls to them. Well, they wanted to address the offensive line and start there, and they very easily could go back to that offensive line and double down. But if we look at the edge rusher list, Keon White and B.J. Ojolari from LSU, those two guys to me would factor into that decision. If you wanted to go on the offensive line, guys, Tippmann from Wisconsin is an interior offensive lineman, is an outstanding player.
Which my understanding is the Arizona Cardinals have finalized a trade with the Tennessee Titans to come up to number 33.
Ooh, the Titans are coming up.
Who are the Titans coming up to get? A couple possibilities here. Could it be
the Titans are trading up.
The heir apparent to Ryan Tannehill. Could it be a tight end? I've heard that is a focus as well. Either way, Tennessee Titans.
The Titans are trading up with the Arizona Cardinals at the moment. Their pick is in. So the Tennessee Titans are picking 33rd. Let's see who they pick. Will Levis, Michael Mayer, Keon White, Brian Branch, Darnell Washington, Joe Tippmann. Maybe they go get Hendon Hooker. They're calling somebody.
Again, I think that's a coin flip of what direction they can go there.
And not only that, the deep ball throwing ability. Traylon Burks last year, and coming in the draft, they've got to continue to add to those people outside. There's still going to be a run-heavy team trying to rebuild the offensive line. Can you get a quarterback who can send it downfield? Hendon Hooker fits that bill in a big way.
Let's see who's going to announce the pick.
Hendon's ability to throw the ball down the field was more in a drop-back sense. Like I showed you those read routes, throwing them down the field as we take a look.
All right, so the Titans receive a 33rd overall pick and the 3rd round pick. The Cardinals received the 41st pick, a 3rd round pick, and next year's 3rd round pick. Not a bad trade.
The Titans, tossing a 3rd next year's draft to complete the deal. Peter?
Yeah, and what the belief was obviously you've got these 2 quarterback prospects. I can say Hooker had great meetings with Tennessee. Bill Levis had great meetings with Tennessee. So this is truly a moment of suspense right now because I know that both those quarterbacks were well liked by the Tennessee front office.
Okay, very good. So the Titans with the big move up.
The Lions are on the clock at the moment. Here's the selection.
So let's just wait for the commissioner to get on out there and tell us, who did the Tennessee Titans just trade all the way up from 41 to 33 to go get and bring to Nashville?
Let's see here.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 33rd pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis.
Wow. Will Levis off the board. That's interesting.
Tonight, quite short.
No doubt. Excited for him. Big arm, very athletic. Was hurt in 2022. You go back to 21, you can see him healthy. He was moving around a lot better. The
arm is a big power arm, not only to drive the football, but those deep shots down the field for an offense in Tennessee that needs to be more explosive. Tight NFL window throws, he shows the ability to do that. Off platform has been bad for him. You see some throws like
Currently, the Lions hold the 34th pick. That's my screen froze. My bad. Here. Interesting. They take Will Levis. I'm surprised. Okay. The Chargers are picking up the fifth-year option for Justin Herbert. The 49ers are picking up a fifth-year option for Brandon Ayuk as well. And A.J. Terrell also got a fifth-year option. The Titans, Giovanni Bernard is announcing his retirement. I like that dude. That dude was great with the Bengals. All right, the Detroit Lions pick is in. So let's put the Lions in there.
So go in there. Your teammates don't care where you were drafted, whether it was the first or second round. They care if you can come in and help them win football games.
All right, Will Levis is off the board. So who do they have? Ryan Tannehill, Malik Willis, and now Will Levis? Very interesting. It's an interesting pick to say the least. The Colts are currently on the clock. The Detroit Lions are about to select.
They take Will Levis out of Kentucky. No one cares about where you went to school. They care about how they evaluate you and how they think you fit into your organization. Will Levis has that chance now to be the Titans quarterback moving forward.
Which Will Levis lands in Tennessee. What does this mean for Ryan Tannehill? My understanding is no talk of trading him, but they can get out of his contract after this year. Expect Levis to be the understudy to Tannehill.
Thanks very much.
All right, so here's the Detroit Lions selection at the 34th overall pick. Let's see who the Lions pick.
Of the second round, here's the Lions making the third pick tonight.
With the 34th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta, tight end, Iowa.
Sam Laporta is the second Iowa player drafted by Detroit.
Sam Laporta. I don't know who that is. I don't think he was on anybody's draft board. But isn't there also Michael Mayer that you could also? You took Sam Laporta over Michael Mayer. Interesting. I know they have to. I think he's going to be the starting tight end right away because Brock Wright is like their understudy. Look at that block. I like that. I like the pick, except there's a better tight end out there in Michael Mayer. And I think he's going to be picked in this round too. But why in God's name would you pick Sam Laporta over Michael Mayer? That's just interesting. All right, so the Colts have the 35th overall selection. I mean, I've heard, the Raiders just traded up. The Raiders have just traded up. The Las Vegas Raiders traded up with the Indianapolis Colts. And their pick is officially in. Their pick is officially in at 35.
Before 11 a.m., I like to keep it toned down and simple, just like Taco Bell breakfast with fluffy eggs, sausage, melted
You
cheese,
better.
hash brown, and a grilled tortilla. Nothing too wild, just like me, Peter Davidson.
right, co-host Rhonda. Co-host? You're on Breakfast with Peter. You're my co-host.
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
The Rams have the 36th pick in the draft. All right, the Raiders are picking 35th.
Behind the scenes access all offseason.
Just trying to build that consistency.
NFL Plus. Get it all for $4.99 this offseason.
Rise and shine with GMFB.
That was fun to watch.
Oh, I love football. Get your morning started with football, friends, and a whole lot of fun. Oh, they clicked.
See you tomorrow, fam.
Good morning football. Tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to get a drink of water after this pick.
Let's go ball out.
Yeah. Actually, no, I have water.
It's a true revenge game. Let's go!
Sweeps him in, and it is caught. If you're a fan of football, this is the day. So, as soon as we went to break, look who hopped up. 3 spots, serving a 5th-round selection. Chris Ballard, general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, to make this selection and immediately toss the pick in. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Rich, 2 possibilities here that come to my mind for the Las Vegas Raiders. One, of course, his quarterback, Hendon Hooker, still out there, could be the understudy for Jimmy Garoppolo. I would also take a look at tight end. A couple of the teams that are looking to trade up wanted a tight end. Of course, they traded Darren Waller to the New York Giants in a flurry during free agency. Still a little bit of a hole in the roster. Wouldn't be surprised if that's what they get here if it's not a quarterback.
Who would be the fit? Mayor?
Mayer's to be the best.
All right, so the Colts also receive a 5th-round pick in terms of that trade. The Raiders received the 35th pick. The Indianapolis Colts received the 38th overall pick. And a 5th-round pick. Here is the Raiders' selection.
So something just happened in Vegas, and we're about to hear about it.
That's just water.
The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 35th pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end, Notre Dame.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, the tight end run has begun. This is the best tight end group we've seen in a decade. Look at the comp on the bottom.
I can see it. Yeah, it's
That's a big, rangy, excellent pass receiving tight end who also
Michael Mayer is also off the board.
Shows up in the red zone. It's a guy that we use the phrase combat catches. He has more than any tight end in this draft class. Look at him just field the ball.
These are the guys that were held over from the first round. That's pretty much what they are.
His ability to set up a safety there that we're going to see from Cal drafted at some point in time over the next days. Dependable blocker. He's not
Probably
gonna volume, but he is
everybody besides Sam Laporta was a holdover.
and he understands how to work up to the second level as well. This is a
All right, so the Rams are supposed to be on the clock. I think they still are on the clock. They are participating in the draft process for the first time.
I thought he was the second best tight end in the draft.
You need some luck in Vegas, right?
No doubt.
So they got one from the Irish, right there.
He played in that building this last year.
He did do that, so he knows what city he's going to. Notre Dame's Michael Mayer has just been acquired by the Raiders, who moved up. When we come back, the first pick of the draft from the Los Angeles Rams.
We're reinventing our network.
With smarter, more efficient routes, so you can deliver more value to your customers.
Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service.
Since we started looking for a better cashback credit card,
Options have been coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
At Nerd Wallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by comparing top cards.
ooh, cashback on dining out.
Great, because our table. Nerd Wallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
Now this is an upgrade. And away we go.
Rams have about a minute and a half left to make a selection.
I can get used to this. The best way to see the world is to experience it. With travel upgrades and private events, Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase,
for $5. I got a big old bowl for $5. It's got mac
All right, the Rams pick is in. I'm sorry.
KFC's $5 mac and cheese bowl is back. Get yours in classic or spicy.
A new car loses about 10% of its value the minute you drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmer's new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks.
We are farmers.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, the first day of the draft makes headlines. The second day of the draft makes contenders. Every selection and every surprise, every trade and every tier. Make Total Access your headquarters for rounds 2 and 3 tonight after the draft.
NFL Players' Choice is back. What's up? This is Flash Crosby.
Seattle Seahawks are on the clock at 37.
NFL Players' Choice returns May 6th.
This pick is from Denver, if I remember correctly.
As a chef, I've spent my life in kitchens. For me, the finest restaurant of them all is the one I get to come home to. Bosch. Invented for life.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first and only chew with triple protection. Oh, please. And ticks. Intestinal worms. Well, heartworm disease. No problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Used with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
Welcome back to Kansas City, where we are madly.
Keon White, Brian Branch, Darnell Washington, Joe Tippmann, BJ Ojolari, Steve Avila, Luke Musgrave, Cody Mouth, Keanu Benton, Osiris Torrance. I think the Rams go and get Osiris Torrance here.
What do you think the Rams are going to do here?
They're excited, Rich, to have picks. They've got 11 picks, the earliest they've picked in years. Everyone's looking at that quarterback room. I would say look at wide receiver or look at interior offensive line. They need to rebuild that line. That's something they've been focusing on all offseason.
Thanks very much.
Here's the Rams selection.
There should be a nice round of applause here in the state of Missouri. It's Torrey Hall, the greatest show on turf when the Rams used to play around these parts.
With the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Steve Avila, guard, TCU.
Steve Avila.
Well, they had some serious injury issues on that offensive line that had none.
I mean, I was right about them picking a guard.
Well, 332 pounds. I wrote on there the center guard flexibility. You can see him play any of those three interior spots for the Rams. The movement, he's got power. It not only showed up in conference, you saw it in the playoff games. He's a very powerful guy, and he's got some quick feet. Once he gets out in space, he adjusts. Here he is against Michigan, very balanced and pass pro. Again, you want to set a firm interior along your offensive line. He's got
The Seahawks are on the clock.
I think his best position is actually center. Yeah. Thank you. He's played guard, he's played center. I like him best there, but I think that flexibility is big. You know, sitting here with you.
Steve Avila. Okay. Not Osiris Torrance, but at least I think. All right, Seattle's pick is in.
I like the intelligence he plays the game with, and him taking over the middle. And with the Rams, there's plenty of opportunity in any of the interior positions. Well, he played over 1,000 snaps last year. Did not give up a sack. And remember, this was a brand new head coach for TCU. They wound up in the national championship game. When I was talking with Sonny Dykes, he said, when I got to campus, I did not know what to expect from this TCU squad. And he said, I went out, and the first thing I saw is our offensive line working. And he saw Steve Avila working. He thought to himself, oh, we're going to be pretty good. And it was because of Steve Avila. It wasn't Max Duggan. It wasn't Quentin Johnston or Kendra Miller. So, guys, Steve Avila made a big impression on this new coach.
I think the Seahawks go take Cam Smith. It's
right now. Here comes the commissioner with that pick. In a moment, this is the last choice the Seahawks will make using a pick they got in the trade for Russell Wilson.
the 37th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Derek Hall, linebacker, Auburn.
I like him. I liked him for the Chiefs at one point. Derek Hall. Interesting.
That's what he loves to do as a pass rusher. Some of the bigger games against some of the better tackles, he wasn't quite as impactful, but this guy plays extremely hard, and he's very disruptive. You can see how long he is just watching the video. He's outstanding setting the edge in the run game. You see him doing it against a tackle from Penn State. It's probably going to be a top 10 pick next year. You look at him again as a rusher, this is what he does. He's going to get right into the middle of your chest. He's going to put one hand on one number, the other hand on the other number, and try and drive you right back.
This is a guy I like. Some analysts actually like for the Chiefs as well. I mean, he's a solid edge rusher.
Excellent. Here's an example of it right now, peeling back and delivering a big hit. CD, traits, length, something Pete Carroll is always in pursuit of.
Yeah, Joel, I'm going to let you go ahead and take this first bite and not come back on me. Well, I would just say, like, this guy's been a fighter since birth. You know, he was born very small, only at 23 weeks. He was 2 pounds. They thought it was gone, but they thought it was.
Ooh, the Raiders trade. The Colts trade down again with the Falcons. The Colts received a 4th-round pick as well.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. The Colts just traded down a second time. Again, they traded down into the spot 38th overall, so they could move up. Vegas could move up and get Michael Mayer, and now they just moved down.
All right, Atlanta's pick is in.
Atlanta just moved up, flipping the 4th-round pick they got in the Julio Jones trade from the Titans. So it's amazing that we're seeing the Falcons cash in a pick they got in the Julio Jones trade just as the Seahawks finished cashing in all the picks they got in the Russell Wilson trade. And now we'll find out who Arthur Smith and the rest of the Falcons brass were celebrating about.
I got to tell our host, this is why you lift all them weights. We have got some movement early on here. Rick's keeping track of everything for us.
Well, Jack Andre of NFL Network Research helps me out, sir. So I'm just doing the full Ron Burgundy of what I hear in my ear. Be careful, Jack. Don't tell me anymore. All right. But that's what he just told me, and I trust him.
The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
We're talking about an edge rusher for Atlanta for how many years now? Yeah. I mean, that's just something that just keeps coming up as a possibility for Atlanta where they're looking. You know, we keep talking about everybody pumping up, offense and getting after it. Well, they did that with Bijan. Yeah. That's a heck of a move right there. But I'm just wondering, that defensive side of the ball, will they get that type of attention? Because I know that they're going to need a little bit more of that.
All right, so we're going to find out. Atlanta, I mean, what a way that they started with Bijan Robinson. Now it is time to find out who the Falcons are taking here. And we already had John Allen Faneca, former Jet, that's one for Pittsburgh. There's Sean Abraham, former Jet for the Falcons.
The Indiana Colts have traded the 38th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 38th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Matthew Bergeron, guard, Syracuse.
Listen to him as hard, guys. He's a tackle.
Matt Bergeron.
They list him as a guard. They're in good shape and tackle there with Atlanta after this. Here you still got Jake Matthews on the other side. CD, he's going to go play inside the guard and take the to address the offense in this draft. Here's a look at Bergeron again out at left tackle.
All right, so currently the Panthers have the 39th pick.
This guy has a chance to hold up and tackle. Immediately, we talked to a couple teams that he's going to have to kick inside. I think he can play tackle in a pinch. You saw him at the All-Star game, did a nice job at the Senior Bowl as well. Plays with really good balance. You rarely find him out of position. There was one play against Miles Murphy. He lost to some power, but outside of that, thought he did a nice job of handling those bull rushes you're going to see on a week-in, week-out basis at the NFL level.
Yeah, and I think I thought he was a tackle when we watched him in the Senior Bowl with his movement skills and how he got out on plays. But I see we're moving him inside the guard works. Remember, Falcons just re-signed Caleb McGarry to play right tackle.
The Panthers have the 39th pick.
To his 10th year, he helped solidify things because they've got a Pro Bowl guard named Chris Lindstrom on the inside as well.
You know, he had a chance to be that Anton Harrison, you know, sneak into the first round. I thought that when he faced those really quality opponents like Clemson, Notre Dame, Florida State with the elite players, you know, those.
I thought my screen froze for a second. What?
Just a little bit short.
Let's take a break. Carolina's got 3 and change left to make their first decision since choosing Bryce Young first overall. We are watching second night, second round coverage of the NFL Draft on NFL Network.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
Just one pick away, baby.
One pick, and we can take the door.
One pick away from running.
Shut up.
The Raiders are going to run this draft.
Hot take, Joe.
Raiders aren't running this draft at the moment. Fuck the Raiders. Fuck the Raiders.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years, putting the most advanced technology into people's hands, generation after generation, tool after tool, again and again, bringing you the broadest and most reliable network of service dealers, always moving forward. We move, others follow.
Subway keeps upping their game with the Subway Series, an all-star meal of delicious subs. Like I mean, the great garlic, rotisserie style chicken, bacon, and garlic aioli. I've tasted greatness. Great garlic, yeah. Tastes way better. Can't argue with that analysis. Try Subway's tastiest menu upgrade yet.
That's it?
Yeah. Progressive's home
Looks like Carolina's pick is officially in.
Man, I told my wife I'd been here for hours. What do we do now?
We live. Save time and money with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. What you do afterwards is up to you.
Oh, I was actually just thinking I would take a nap. Pretty tired. Okay.
For pros like Cam Jordan, confidence is a game changer. Just like doctors all over the world, Cam trusts Invisalign aligners to improve his winning smile.
My confidence is at an all-time high.
Invis is trusted by the pros.
This is Fast Twitch.
A new energy drink from Gatorade.
Milligrams of caffeine, electrolytes, and zero sugar. Start fast with Fast Twitch, a new energy drink from Gatorade.
We all have something we love. A passion. Could be our job. Travel. Sports. It could be anything. But here's the thing. If you follow it, wherever it takes you, you'll always find what you're looking for. So, this is Bryce Young arriving in his new place for work today. First overall pick of the draft. Welcomed by the Carolina Panthers and the Tepper family, leading the way. The new quarterback of the Carolina Panthers, Andy Dalton there, the rest of the team ready to welcome it in. They're about to pick again, and for the first time since that draft choice, it is now time to welcome back to the stage the commissioner of the National Football League. Actually, wait a minute. We're going to get Jonathan Stewart out there. Carolina Panthers selection. Please welcome Pro Bowler and NFL legend Jonathan Stewart.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Nicole and David Tepper and the Carolina Panther organization for this opportunity. And with the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Jonathan Mingo. They get their DJ Moore replacement.
Mingo is in, and this was a coaching darling. Wide receiver coaches, as they got involved in this process, Mingo started to climb. You see his weight there, 220 pounds. This is a draft of smaller receivers, and I don't think Ole Miss.
This is their DJ Moore replacement.
They like the big power.
Actually, yeah, technically it is.
But this is run after
They have an Ole Miss receiver now.
This is the ability to play physical.
Don't they have an Ole Miss receiver? I thought they did. I mean, let's see.
He's an intriguing player. I still think he's ascending. I still think
Elijah Moore went to.
But again, a bigger wide receiver in a class where not many of them exist.
Kurt Warner said something last night, guys, and you two are quarterbacks, you know better than me, about getting the quarterback, especially a youngster, easy completion early to get things going. Jonathan Mingo provides that with his body type and his size. He may be a wide receiver, but you can run him inside and run some of those tight end routes with a wide receiver that gets the ball to him very quickly and easily.
All right, the New Orleans Saints are now on the clock at 40.
He's proven that he's really strong in the middle of the field.
I mean, they have been on the clock for a while.
A college wide receiver. Now, he did have a stress fracture in his foot in his history and had corrective surgery on that in 2022. I think that's the reason that he didn't start out higher in this process. But, DJ, you're exactly right. As this process went along,
about a second and a half behind.
Fell, more and more in love with Jonathan Mingo.
Very good, Ian.
Rich, as the New Orleans Saints come up with the next pick, with Will Levis off the board, all eyes now turn to Hendon Hooker, the Tennessee quarterback. This is a potential landing spot here.
I think they draft Hendon Hooker.
They have Derek Carr at least 2 years there, at least under contract for 2 years. It sounded like Hendon Hooker had a really good visit there, and potential quarterback understudy.
Jets don't really need a quarterback. Here is the Saints pick.
On the phone, and sure enough, there are 3 words to confirm it. Pick is in. So the Saints are about to choose. Brian Bresee was their choice last night at the very end of the first round.
I thought that was really good value, by the way.
Yeah. No, sure.
You know, as a freshman, he was a tremendous player. Had injury, sickness, obviously the family tragedy, and so I think they got a good player there. And
Yeah, his sister died of brain cancer. That's what happened.
They've been targeting here because it's been so quiet.
Ooh, Brian Branch is still available. Jalen Hyatt is still available. BJ Ojolari. Keon White. Where do they go get Keon White here? Either that or they can go get Hooker. I think they're going to get Keon White. I think he fits their scheme pretty well.
Interior-wise, they always do that. I know Andrews Pete's been there for a while, but he's dinged up a bunch. Interior offensive line keeps pinging there. There's a possibility for me.
I'm looking at the value.
You're good kids. They're Chiefs fans.
We talked about the tight end run. We've already seen a couple of them go off the board with Mayer and Laporta. You have Washington from Georgia. You've got Musgrave from Oregon State. And then the interior offensive linemen with Tittman, Mount, Torrance, and Schmitz. I think all those guys are going to land somewhere in the second round. So it's a good option list here for their needs. It varies up quite well.
Here comes Roman Harper to make the selection. And Super Bowl champion Roman Harper.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Saints, you're on the clock. And what I want to say is that everybody that
the Cardinals are on the clock.
Tonight, your whole family should all celebrate together. It's a special time in all these young people's lives. So let's all give a round of applause for that. And I also want to give a shout out to my man Mike Ornstein, who had a happy birthday. He turned 70 yesterday. You've given so much to me and to the game. With all that being said, with the 40th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey, defensive end, Notre Dame.
Wow.
Yeah, Foskey, this is
Foskey.
what they like in their defensive line. You saw with Bresee. I used the word rugged when I watched Isaiah Foskey. He plays over the tight end a lot. He just bullies them in the run game, uses those long arms, that inside long arm as his go-to move. Not the smoothest in space, but very heavy hands, and tested out of the gym at the pro day and at the combine. So you have a lot of traits to work with. Think about Marcus Davenport, big rugged guy. Cam Jordan was big rugged guy.
I think they picked him to replace Marcus Davenport. You have him and Brian Bresee on that line.
And by the way, he's super productive, right? Right up there with Justin Tuck in terms of career sack.
My screen is freezing up.
Of 11 or more sacks. So this guy knows how to get in the backfield. Less than 4 minutes to go now on the Cardinals selection on the clock. And then after that, the Rodgers moments. Green Bay, the pick they got for the Rodgers trade. And then the Jets. The Colts right behind them.
Breakout night night watching sports at Dave & Buster's. How's it feel?
Cardinals pick is officially in, so I'm going to put them in.
40-foot screen and do it with my old man in the crowd. It's special.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
Hey, I'm a Palm Springs hotel. I got the desert air, sun-kissed pools, and shady hideaways. I'm looking for someone who can decide on a Friday night that a one-night commitment is a fine idea. What do you say? Meet me at hotels.com.
Lowe's knows the most powerful tool in your toolbox. It's an app that saves you time and money. That's why we got an app that lets you build an instant quote, reorder your favorites, and track your MVP's Pro Rewards. It works hard so you can stay on the job, get it done.
A lot of these guys are first-round holdovers,
You got this. We got you.
to be honest.
We're staring at a Yeti cooler. It got burnt up in a house fire. We rescued this off a boat fire.
Oh my God.
Drug under a trailer for like 20 miles.
Just pulled it out from there. Hi. Shaking up my beer.
Nice to my Yeti. Don't bite that part.
Oh, yeah. Still has the ice.
It still holds ice.
With ice intact.
Still ice cold, baby.
Hats off to Yeti. That's Yeti, all right.
Barely a scratch.
Who cares about Yeti coolers?
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone. Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Tomorrow at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Look at that.
The Showboats take on the Gamblers.
Unbelievable.
Then Sunday at 4, the Generals battle the Panthers.
Let's go.
Week 3 USFL action heats up this weekend on Fox.
Got us. Let's go, Bono.
The schedule is released. Lots of great storylines. A rivalry game just the way we like it.
All eyes on the quarterback.
It's a true revenge game.
Let's go!
Sweeps him in.
And it's caught.
You're a fan of football.
This is the day. All right, so the Cardinals pick is in. The Daniel Jeremiah best available on the right side of your screen, presented by Yeti. There you have it.
I'm going to predict
Pick is in.
Luke
Packers
Musgrave
already made
out
their
of
selection.
Oregon State.
Then the Jets are now on the clock. Again, the Packers pick that will be announced after the Cardinals pick is the one that the Packers received.
Packers pick is also in.
Words that I never thought I'd say, let alone the Jets. My goodness gracious. The Jets are up, and they're choosing right now, and they already know the name we're about to hear from Arizona and the name of the player that the Packers are set to announce here. What do you think?
Well, if we're looking at Arizona here first, they go to what they've already got accomplished with Paris Johnson on the offensive line. Then it's edge, corner, maybe an interior defensive lineman. But I would imagine they went offense early. This is probably going to be on the other side of the ball.
Well, I'm looking at my Arizona Cardinals card, and it looks like a 10-inning baseball game right now. Like my scorecard is all screwed up with the amount of moving down they did last night and then tonight. They already have a first and 2/3 in next year's draft based on the last 2 nights of trades. Here's their latest pick.
To announce the Arizona Cardinals selection,
Oh, it's Aeneas Williams. Hopefully
Pro
nobody's
Football
caught
Hall of
violations.
Famer Aeneas Williams.
Let's go, Kansas City!
Shout out to Lawrence and Lilia, my parents, my wife Tracy, and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go! With the 41st pick in the 2023 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select B.J. Ojulari, linebacker, LSU.
That's interesting. I thought he would go to the Giants.
Yeah, listed as a linebacker, but he's going to stand up on the edge. That's what he did at LSU. And we've talked about maybe some of these other guys being real long-armed and maybe a little bit tightly wound.
I think the Packers pick is in.
Fluid rusher, really good
athlete, and B.J. Ojulari, obviously, his brother Aziz Ojulari, already with the Giants, is a really solid pass rusher. Again, loose and active. He can bend and close. Once he gets to the top, he can bend, and then there's a burst that he possesses to close and finish. Not going to sit there and stack and shed blocks, prefers just dip and slip underneath blocks to get in the backfield and make plays. And again, I'm always looking at backside effort and chase. He does that a lot there for LSU. It's a good player. I think it's a really good value where they got him here in the second round.
Yeah, and you think about getting him there, obviously, for Jonathan Gannon, the new head coach and defensive coordinator. What was the thing they said about him all the time, Philadelphia? He doesn't blitz. Well, if he's not going to blitz, you need a guy who can bring pressure. Ojulari can do that. And remember, Caleb, Jason came out of there, and these guys all wore that number 18 at LSU, which meant that they were highly respected in the program.
What do you think the Packers are going to do here?
Yeah, they're going rapid fire here. So when I look at the Packers and pull up where I thought they might go here in the first round, I had them taking Kincaid in the first round. So tight end, wide receiver, Smith and Jigler was also mentioned. So they've got options.
They should have drafted Smith and Jigler, to be honest. All right, here's the Packers pick.
Let's see who they turn this pick into.
With the 42nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Luke Musgrave, tight end, Oregon State.
All right, so they just added a Luke to their Lucas.
Okay.
Van Ness has now got Musgrave as a teammate, as a rookie.
And this is the tight end run. Again, we're talking about the depth. This dude, if he had been healthy, he would have been long gone by now. Only 2 games this year. Reminded me of Greg Olsen because of that size, frame, and ability to really stretch and see.
I thought he would go to the Cardinals. I think they drafted him to replace
He's a hands catcher. After the catch, you're going to see the speed that he has. It can really, really go once he gets out there in the open field. He ran a 4.61. There was some thought he might even run in the 4.4s. And a willing blocker, a getting away, roll you off blocker. He's satisfactory in that level, but you're drafting him for what he's going to do in the pass game, and he's going to survive with what he does here in the run game.
And they were building a run-first mentality up there. I think his production was down a little bit. You said the injury, absolutely, but also just their mentality up there at Oregon State. Last thing I'd say is he's a competition skier, or was he? His mom was a competitive skier, downhill skier. He was on her team, and he's part of the Musgrave family. Doug and Bill, all of those guys.
And you know what competitive skiers are? Fearless. Absolutely fearless. Peter? We know that pass catcher was going to be a priority at some point for the Green Bay Packers. Musgrave was high on their board. Said there's still a ton of upside for him as well.
Jets pick is in at 43.
First offense there in Oregon State. They think that he can actually get off the line and do something in the receiving game. Jets, they're on the clock now. And Rich, I know you're interested in this one.
Yeah, I know. Their pick is in. So this is their own pick, the one that they just watched the Packers cash in was a pick they got flipping Elijah Moore, former second-round selection who had either fallen out of favor or wasn't a fit or however you want to put it. He didn't want to be there anymore.
The Colts are on the clock.
They traded McClellan for that second-rounder. Now this is the one that the Jets had of their own. What do you think they do?
Well, I thought they might go offensive line. They got jumped for that, so that doesn't happen.
I'm surprised there are legit Jets fans.
The board's been pretty much wiped out. So I'm looking at the interior board, and that's where you have Joe Tippmann, you have Cody Mount from North Dakota State, Osiris Torrance, and then again John.
Ooh, what did the Jets go get?
50 players. So if you want to address the offensive line with the Jets, the luxury of a guy like Elijah Vera Tucker, he can kick in, he can kick out. That versatility allows you, if you want to get an interior guy, and Vera Tucker has to play right tackle, no problem.
All right, so we're going to get this pick.
I think they go get Osiris Torrance.
Right here, and it's to Rickashaw Ferguson who's making the pick.
Is that a tell?
I don't know. He might be the only Jet in the house.
They did an offensive tackle.
Let's see Curtis Smart here last night.
Please welcome three-time Pro Bowler,
Rickashaw Ferguson.
I want to say hello to my daughters, Edith and Emery. Daddy loves you. With the 43rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Joe Tippmann, center, Wisconsin.
All right.
Okay, they go line.
He was the second interior offensive lineman in this draft behind Peter Skoronski. Bend and balance. Look at the size. 6'6", 313 pounds. Think of a guy like Max Unger who played the center position at that height. But he can really bend. He's an unusual thing to see a center that big that can really drop his weight
Okay, Joe Tippmann. Nice pick. I mean, they definitely needed line.
An athletic puller. You get a center that can do this. It adds so much to your offense. Think about Breece Hall running behind.
Look at that.
Like this that can get out in space and make things happen. I think this guy is gifted. I think he's one of the more athletic interior guys you're going to see. And again, the second best one in this draft class is a 10-year starter in the NFL. As we go to the next gen stats presented, powered by AWS. Joe Thomas there at Wisconsin, obviously going to be at the top of the list, but that's some heady company that he keeps there in that group of Wisconsin linemen. Yeah, no doubt about it. And when you look at him, you talked about all of his attributes, DJ. When I look at him, Joel, by size, I see Frank Ragnow, the center from the Detroit Lions. That big, long, thick guy in the middle. But then when you go and look at how he
All right,
plays.
the Colts are on the clock. I think their pick might be in. I'm not sure.
That's Jason Kelsey and the Eagles. Think about how many times Jason Kelsey was out in front of sweeps and a lot of quarterback draws with Jalen Hurts. You can do those sorts of things now. So it's going to be interesting to watch. And
Colts are on the clock. Their pick isn't in yet.
For them now because Dittman plugs and plays right at center. If I'm Rich Eisen to my right, I'm really excited. I am.
I bet the Colts are going to trade out of this pick.
This kid can play. You talk with the Wisconsin coaches, they love a lot of things about Joe Tippmann. One of the things is communication. He handled all the communication.
Their pick is in. They didn't trade out of it.
Was the communicator and the rock on that offensive line. He was also a great power lifter, and he was a member of a list that I covet highly. The Bruce Feldman Freaks list prior to the college football season. He's a weight room phenom, even at his height. But the movement, like you said, DJ, big reason why they were able to run the ball so effectively.
I'm very excited about it because, like Joe,
Braylon Allen. I forgot about him.
You have no idea.
I think he's going to be a top pick in the draft. I mean, he's going to be a 19-year-old prospect, kind of like.
Henry just told me in my ear. I'll give you credit, Jack.
I think he'll be 19. I think this will be his third year at Wisconsin. Yeah, he'll be eligible for the draft. Green Bay gets another pick here.
Everyone in the world knew that the Jets wanted Roderick Jones, so the Steelers, sadly, they moved ahead of them and they got him. Jets brass did not like that narrative. It wasn't necessarily true. Today, I can tell you, reaching out to Jets folks, buttoned up, Fort Knox, nothing out of the Jets all day today on anything. I don't think they love that narrative going out there that there was suddenly some leaky building. They are not. They get their guy. He was their guy all along.
So the Colts are on the clock. Thank you, Peter. There is Jim Irsay, as you saw at the bottom of your screen. He tweeted out, like, maybe we should go quarterback here like the old Montana Young days. And a lot of people were like, well, it didn't go well. It didn't go well. That tweet didn't age well. He got ratioed on the spot, the Colts owner. What do you think? Because the Colts have moved down.
I hate that Rich Eisen just said that.
They moved down.
I hate that he actually just said that on live TV.
So the Falcons can move up.
He got ratioed on the spot.
The guard, as they listed him out of Syracuse, they netted a 4th and a 5th round pick later on, and now they're finally going to cash in a 2nd round choice.
So I have corner, tackle, wideout listed here. And to me, I think you go back to when you get a rookie quarterback, I'm going to keep investing on that side of the ball. So I would love to see them continue to add some resources around him. You look at wideouts, Jalen Hyatt's the top guy out there, and his teammate Tillman from Tennessee. 2 Tennessee wideouts are the top 2 wideouts left on the board.
All right, so we're going to hear who the Indianapolis Colts are taking. 2nd round choice to go with Anthony Richardson. And there he is. And see.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Julius Brents, defensive back, Kansas State.
Well, the combine is in Indianapolis, and I'm
Honestly, don't know who that is, but, you know.
They got the 2 stars in Anthony Richardson and now Julius Brents. Julius Brents jumped 41.5. Broad jumped 11.6. He put on a show there. He is long corner. 34-inch arms and 82 and 5/8-inch wingspan.
Okay, Julius Brents. I don't know who that is, but.
Working against Quentin Johnston. Watch him find the football, lands in his lap there in the end zone. But this guy again, traits. Chris Ballard, traits. That has been something he always comes back to.
Well, let's take a break right here because, pardon me, Ian, the Lions just hopped up 10 spots with the Packers. We'll get a 5th-round selection, so the
Lions are trading up with the Packers.
Rich, let's go back to Juju Brett's first. Really talented player. The reason he's available here, some injury concerns, 2 PCL injuries in his knees, had wrist surgery in March, needs to get the screws out in June, but I am told should be healthy for training camp, but not too much before that.
All right, thanks very much for information there. So let's take a break so we can come back because the Lions made a trade and threw the pick right on the board. All right.
And their pick is in. Looks like their pick is in.
Find out what the Lions are up to and hugging it out about.
NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content.
That's what I dream about. It's finally time.
Plus expert analysis.
He can do it all.
And behind-the-scenes access all off-season.
Just trying to build that consistency.
NFL Plus. Get it all for $4.99 this off-season.
Every year,
Looks like the Lions pick is in.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Visit runrichrun.pledgeit.org to donate. Then tune in to the 2023 NFL Draft on NFL Network to see Rich run.
Now this is an upgrade. And away we go.
Green Bay is picking 48th.
I can get used to this. The best way to see the world is to experience it. Travel upgrades and private events. Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase. Make more what's yours.
Are we a reflection of our places in life, or are they reflections of us? Could we have been somebody else? We've taken a right turn. Or we've taken the place of the hot tub, or the one uptown. Could we be fabulous or fantabulous? Yes, we sure could. With Apartments.com's multitudes of listings, our possibilities and yours are truly multitudinous. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
It was me the whole time. Well done, ma'am.
What did I do exactly?
With Snapshot from Progressive, you get a personalized discount for doing exactly what you're already doing. Being a safe driver.
Congratulations.
This is a bowling trophy.
Yeah, I think it's what they had.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good one.
USAA? Yeah, they have awesome rates on coverage for a car, home, and stuff. But they also have banking, plus advice, and other perks. So we know she's all set. Because we've got USAA.
USAA, the military community, and their
Cashback is good. Double cashback is even better. Discover matches all the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year, which is cashback at its best.
Need some Mother's Day gifting inspo? Find the present she'll love, no matter what her plans are. And save 20% off some of her favorites during the Friends and Family sale. Kohl's.
We are back here in Kansas City. I aired before the break because the Lions do have another second-round selection later on tonight. It's the 55th overall pick. They got in the T.J. Hawkins trade from Minnesota. The one that they traded was the one that they
Green Bay receives the 48th overall pick and a 5th-round pick. Not bad. Not a bad trade.
And they flipped Green Bay a 5th-round selection for the right to do exactly that. And then New England, next on the clock, took less than 60 seconds to throw their choice. We are cooking. So we've got 2 picks to announce as the Commanders are halfway through their 7 minutes of time for the 47th overall pick. Who do you think the Lions want to go get? Well, we talked about Commanders, by the way, and the Patriots on the clock after that, if that might be more.
New England Patriots pick is in, too.
Forever. Then he goes 5, then they got out of 6. They still haven't addressed the corner position. They've gone running back and linebacker. So
Ooh, where the Lions drafted Keely Ringo.
Branch and Ringo.
from Alabama, Keely Ringo from Georgia. Yeah, and then they just lost C.J. Moore. Right, got a suspension on the back end. Tackling on the back end has been an issue for the Lions. That's something they want to correct.
All right, so let's get the Lions draft choice from the podium right now, and it's the commissioner coming out again to tell us what the one is, and then the Patriots pick right behind that. And here is Roger Goodell. Those boat shoes, those commissioner boat shoes we got rocking today. Oh, the fans are booing his shoes, I guess.
The Green Bay Packers have traded the 45th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Brian Branch, defensive back, Alabama.
All right, so the last prospect sitting in Union Station is about to come out of the station and go into Detroit.
Hey.
You ask why do you get ahead of Cleveland? Well, when you want to go get a versatile, smart, tough Alabama player, you think Bill Belichick's not dialed in with him? So that's why they leap in front to get him to Detroit. I thought he's the best nickel. Think about nickel corners. They're starters in this league right now. He did a lot of that there. He majored in that at Alabama. Can also play some safety. If you wanted to at a pinch, you can kick out, play corner CD, and he can return some kicks for you as well.
And no doubt about it, they have overhauled their secondary last season. When you talk about and then they also brought in Cam Sutton, who can also play the nickel position. But they had to get better on the back end. This guy doesn't get better. I would argue he's the most versatile player in the draft. He's a lot of play in that slot and the nickel, DJ, but he can drop back in the air as well. And look at that hug. I'm sorry, I had to jump in there. That's the hug of a young man who had to sit there last night and not get picked. And while we talked earlier, the ones that went home, understandable. No one's holding that against him. He's hung in there, and he's here for the second night.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's going to be some teams when it's all said and done that regret on passing on this player. Did not run the fastest 40 time, but he plays fast, and he has a GPS for the football. Again, watch it. He trusts his eyes, just like we talked about with Witherspoon, who we thought Detroit might take early. Similar type players in terms of the aggressiveness and how they trust their instincts. As a blitzer, outstanding coming off that slot with timing and burst. Zone instincts, knows where his help is, knows leverage, reads the quarterback's eyes, drives on the football, makes a play. Get your head around, locate the football. Don't just try and poke it away, finish. It's all about the ball. He's been coached extremely well at Alabama. He's going to be able to handle a lot of responsibilities for Aaron Glenn and this defense. The intelligence is what the coaching staff always talked about with him. And some of them said, hey, he might know the defense better than the veterans in camp. That's how smart he is. Started 3 games as a true freshman. And Nick Saban's secondary at Alabama played that star position that Mika Fitzpatrick played there for the time.
See Alabama picks right there, Rich. You see all the guys. And the last thing to Cap Branch, and you mentioned it, Nick Saban's secondary. He may be the head coach. Where's he spent the majority of his time in practice?
Almost exclusively with the secondary.
And if you can see him stand up there and handle the pressure he's going to put on you and be the quarterback of the defense from the back end, you're going to go in the NFL well-schooled.
Apparently, the Patriots are picking Keon White.
Final prospect here in Kansas City. Take it away, Melissa.
The Patriots are expected to choose Keon White.
You were in the green room last night, didn't hear your name called. Why was it important for you to come back tonight and get this moment on stage?
I feel like being here was important. You know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And
I think they're picking Keon White out of Georgia Tech.
I feel like I should have been called yesterday, but, you know, God got a plan, and I'm happy that it's Detroit. So.
And the fans loved it when you came out here. You're going to a place that is on the rise. A lot of excitement there. You got a fiery head coach. What can you add to get them back to the playoffs?
Just, you know, me being a dog, I feel like, you know, a lot of they missed out on it. A lot of teams missed out on it, and I'm ready to get to play on the team. You know, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson there, and I'm ready to be there with them and learn a lot from them.
Awesome. Welcome to the NFL.
Thank you.
It's great.
Thank you, Melissa. The final prospect here in Kansas City is going to Detroit, which is where next year's draft is. So, the Lions traded up with Green Bay to do that, and as soon as that trade was transacted, the Patriots took less than 60 seconds to make their pick. The Commanders went on the clock. They made their pick. choice. He just traded out, and the Buccaneers moved into that spot. They just made that pick, and the Steelers are on the clock as we're finally about to get this Patriots selection from Sebastian Vollmer. That's a very large man with a very small card. The card looks like a play.
Good evening, Kansas City, and good evening to all the football fans worldwide. The six-time Super Bowl champion, the New England Patriots, will play a game in Germany this year. So I wanted to give a special shout out to all the fans in Germany and everywhere else in the world. But without further ado, with the 46th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Keon White, defensive end, Georgia Tech.
Yep, Keon White.
All right. I believe this is my best available player. He's my 28th overall player, so he was here. I know he's probably frustrated he didn't go last night, but he's at home now, hearing his name called, excited for him for this opportunity. Quite a journey. A former tight end at Old Dominion ends up transferring to Georgia Tech. And when I first popped on the tape, I was like, holy smokes, I don't know anything about this guy, but he is twitched up and heavy-handed coming off the edge. They use him inside, they use him outside. This was the first tape I watched against North Carolina. And sometimes you'll see defensive linemen get stuck and the play is over. He has a nice second reaction game where he can try and put another move together, free himself, and get some late pressure. You see that interior rush. Again, he's 285 pounds, and he can run around and make plays in space, including in coverage.
I think the Commanders pick is in. I think Tampa Bay traded up with Green Bay. Yep, Commanders pick is in. Tampa Bay made their pick. They traded up with Green Bay and made their pick. So Pittsburgh is on the clock.
Right down every snap. That's the draft right there. They have no idea.
We had a Georgia Tech kid last night, Jameer Gibbs, going to red number 12. And DJ, we saw him. Forget it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the one. We got to go fast and furious. It's like Frank and Dulles right now, or Reagan National. Here we go. What's going on, Market and Gold faithful? Not sure. Hail to the Commanders. With the 47th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
Jartavius Martin.
Nickel run here. Talking about Brian Branch being the number one nickel in this draft. This is the second best nickel in the draft. He's plug and play. That was a very gifted, talented secondary there at Illinois. We're going to hear another member of that secondary's name called a little bit later on. But again, put him right in the slot. You can blitz him. He's a great filler against the run, great support player, and outstanding eyes and coverage, Joel.
The combination between he and Devin Witherspoon was perfect for Ryan Walters, their defensive coordinator. A lot of man coverage, very aggressive, but you're right. He can play anywhere. And Ryan told me that the versatility that Quan was able to give him, Quan Martin is what he goes by, that's what allowed the whole defense to take, because you can move Sidney Brown
The
around.
Bucs are selecting Cody Mount with the 48th overall pick. They could also use a dime, too. All right, so Tampa Bay's pick is in.
Because we got lots going on here. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, for crying out loud. And then the Packers make their second choice in the last half hour. And then the Steelers are on the clock. Then we'll find out who the Packers pick. Then the Dolphins make their first pick of the night here in Kansas City. So, we are here for the second night in Kansas City for the second draft, and all the fans have shown up once again right here on an NFL draft in the country's heartland.
Team Ramstein, we just received a priority tasking. Commander, check in with Ray.
Air mobility operations. We have mobility airmen accelerating global reach.
Air ground operations wing. Our airmen are already deployed to attack the edge.
They need to draft a running back.
Thank you to our service members serving both here and around the world. We are grateful
safe. The Green Bay Packers have traded the 48th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 48th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch, guard, North Dakota State.
This guy is look at that smile. He's around. There was no need to put him back in. He just rocked with it. He made it a lifestyle. When he plays, he has 5-position versatility. He literally can play any position along the offensive line. And Jason Light loves going to small schools to get big-time players. With a big personality from North Dakota, he is going to Tampa, Florida to help protect and find so well over the last several years. Congratulations to this man. Back to Kansas City in just a moment.
Steelers have picked Keanu Benton with the 49th overall selection.
NFL Draft is presented by Verizon, the network America relies on, and brought to you by Lexus Electrified. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
They are taking Keanu Benton.
Want to know the secret ingredient to running my business? Sure. Being all over, all at once, all the time. But my old network wasn't cutting it, and that's not good for thinking, for judging, or writing. So I switched to Verizon, the network businesses rely on. With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Let's just make sure that that's confirmed.
Electric, powered by Lexus. The first ever all-electric RZ.
Why did we choose SafeLight? We're always working on a project while loading up our SUV. One extra push and crack. So we scheduled at SafeLight.com. We were able to track our technician and knew exactly when he'd arrive. We could keep working. SafeLight came to us.
Hi, I'm Kendrick.
Replaced our windshield and installed new wipers to protect our new glass. That's service on our time. SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace. These definitely need a minute to cool down. No, they don't. They're perfect.
We're still hot. Can do. Kentucky Fried Chicken nuggets. You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger licking good.
We all have something we love. A passion. Could be our job. Travel. Sports. It could be anything. But here's the thing. If you follow it, wherever it takes you, you'll always find what you're looking for.
Good evening, and welcome to the NFL Draft.
Just one pick away, baby.
One pick, and we can take the North.
One pick away from running through the whole NFC.
Not if you run into them boys. You got more burgers than rings. The Raiders are going to run this draft.
Hot take, Joe. How does our next pick?
Our season's on the clock. Our future's on the clock.
Our legacy is on the clock.
NFL Draft.
You don't have a fucking legacy. You only had the Jimmy Johnson era. 50th pick belongs to Green Bay if they trade it down again.
Great time, as you can see. NFL Plus is a great way for you to follow what's going on here, as well as this broadcast that shows you Daniel Jeremiah's best available of his top 200, presented by Yeti. We have a ton of picks to catch you up on, folks. Jartavius Martin just went to Washington for Illinois. Then Cody Mauch just went to Tampa. The Steelers pick at 49th overall is in. The Packers chose 50th. That pick is already in. The Dolphins have yet to pick tonight. They made their choice. It's in. And the Seahawks are currently on the clock, 52nd overall, following their fourth choice of this draft so far. So we got a lot to get to and a lot of picks to come out and a lot of folks to make those introductions. Then we're going to get the Bears in the mix. as part of the Roquan Smith trade. That was something that the Ravens used to own, this pick, but Roquan Smith, as we all know, is getting ready to dominate for Baltimore. But that's several picks from now. Let's go to the podium right now and get Alex Faneca back out there with a special guest to make the Steelers' second selection of the night to add to Joey Porter Jr.
With the 49th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Keanu Benton, defensive tackle, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we all like Keanu Benton. We talked about him a little bit last night. The quick hands, his ability to win early, kind of get on an edge and win that way, but then he can also hang in there.
All right, so the Steelers have confirmed.
Firm at the point of attack. His ability to get underneath guys, uproot them, and then really close on the quarterback in the Senior Bowl was a phenomenal week. You see the quick spin here, the quick swim move here. Here he is again, that long arm, locking him out at the point of attack. The Steelers got 3 of my top 40
Green Bay's
players.
pick is in.
I like what they're doing.
I'm not looking at any news. I'm just going to base it on here.
Show people he could actually get up and rush the passer. No doubt. A lot of people feel like he's a good run blocker. I think he felt he'd heard the whispers, Joel. Hey, I got to show a little something extra here. He spent the entire week doing exactly that. Every day, get better and better. And by the end of the week, he was really, really hard to block. I thought his leverage was so good. He understands that because he was actually a high school wrestler, Rich. He was 90-4 in high school as a high school wrestler, although he did lose back-to-back in the state championship.
So here's Green Bay's latest selection.
Please welcome.
They chose Musgrave earlier and then traded down twice. So it's now time to finally choose in the second round for a second time.
Yes, sir. Y'all made the trip. Thank you. Jordan Love, we got some help for you.
Oh, boy.
With the 50th pick in the 2023
Who was it, Jalen Hyatt?
The Green Bay Packers, the best franchise, by the way, in my opinion, select Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan State. We always get good receivers in the second round.
Jaden Reed.
They do a great job of finding receivers in the second round, and this is one with some real speed. He ran
Michigan
4.5.
State.
He plays much faster.
That's
He's
interesting.
creative with his ability to make people miss after the catch. You see his ability to judge down the field. He's a little under 5'11", but he plays much bigger going up and getting the ball above the rim. Has that my ball attitude. If it's a 50-50 ball, he's coming down with it.
Rick, you talk so much about the Aaron Rodgers trade going to the Jets. Well, there's another side of it. It's the Green Bay Packers resetting their franchise with Jordan Love.
Miami's pick is in.
Rodgers this year, they need to get younger. They need to get a little faster. That is what this draft has been about so far for them. Musgrave first, now Reed. Future targets to grow with Jordan Love.
Miami's coming up. They haven't made a pick this draft. Everyone's thinking offense. Defense is what they've been focusing on. Vic Fangio has been very involved. Wouldn't be shocked if he's a defensive player off the board here, Rich.
All right, so McDaniels looks like he has been waiting all night for this pick. Here we go.
Four-time Pro Bowler, offensive tackle Teron Armstead.
Teron Armstead.
Former New Orleans Saint.
Really quick, I want to give a shout-out to the legend, Steve Gleason, Mr. No White Flags himself. 10 years ago, day 2, Steve announced my pick in the third round of the 2013 NFL Draft. And I just want to let him know I'm forever grateful and I appreciate him. Me and my family will never forget that moment. With that being said, the 51st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Cam Smith, defensive back.
Oh, Cam Smith, corner from South Carolina. I also thought he would be a Viking. Him and Jalen Ramsey together. Oh, boy. That's going to be fun to watch.
Opinions were all over the map around the league on him. Some thought he could sneak into the first round. Some thought he might be there in the third. They throw some boxing gloves on him, take away all that rap.
Seattle's pick is in.
They'll work on
that during their camp time. He's a smooth, loose, limber guy. And Peter Trager called it right, looking for defense from McMahon.
All right, so Seattle is going to announce their 4th pick in this draft. It was Devin Witherspoon, 5th overall, and Derek Hall, 37th overall tonight. Those 2 picks were the final picks of the Russell Wilson trade. Jackson Smith Schiffler was their own pick from last night. Now they're back to their own pick tonight. KJ Wright.
I missed that dude.
Make some noise! To the best fan base, to the loudest fan base, 12s, make some noise!
Then why the hell did you sign with the fucking Raiders, huh? I don't know why you signed with the Raiders. Here we go.
The 2023 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Zach Charbonnet, running back, UCLA. Go Hawks, baby! Got a couple running backs.
Wow, they picked a running back? That's interesting.
He's got excellent hands, and when you talk to Chip Kelly and the folks at UCLA, character, leadership, work ethic, all.
They picked a running back.
From Michigan back to UCLA, really to be around his younger sister who had Williams syndrome. And I tell you, this guy is a loyal guy. He's a powerful runner, and CD, he is very smart.
I think they picked a running back to replace Rashad Penny.
The guys last night, and Gibbs and Bijan Robinson, but boy, he is a versatile player that I think is going to help them right away. This feels like a Seattle pick.
It certainly does. And remember, Robert Turbin was up in Seattle after Marshawn Lynch. They always like those physical, strong backs, and they don't mind having a plethora of them to run the football.
Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, not too shabby. So,
All right, let's see. I think the Bears pick is in.
When prices and appliances click, you can't help but add to cart. Shop the latest innovations from top brands and go from quick to clean, just like that. Final days to save up to $700 on this LG wash tower in store and online in the Home Depot. It's May 3rd.
While Pro Tony Pollard is training to win on the field, Tony trusts in
Tony's on a franchise tag, everybody.
joining 15 million smiles worldwide. Inviz is trusted by the pros.
Get the first Automan.
That's actually really cool. I'm getting that.
That's the. Are you sure about that? That's that guy.
We'd like to get it right. Reserve your Ram 1500 Rev today. It's the electric truck designed to get truck stuff right.
Good morning. I'm Peter Davidson. Not Pete, because before 11 a.m., I like to keep it toned down and simple, just like Taco Bell breakfast.
Packers ended up drafting a wide receiver out of Michigan State.
Hash brown and a grilled tortilla. Nothing too wild, just like me, Peter Davidson. Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda?
Co-host?
You're on Breakfast with Peter. You're my co-host.
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Let's go ball out. The schedule is released. Lots of great storylines. A rivalry game is the way we like it. All eyes on the quarterback. It's a true revenge game. Let's go! Sweeps him in, and it is caught. If you're a fan of football, this is the day.
Oh, well, this is me.
Still early. You want to maybe grab a coffee?
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash Card.
Why do you do this to me?
What you want, like coffee,
Of course, Hulu has to get their ads in.
a movie, karaoke.
I'm gonna miss the
2%
pick.
cash back on what you need.
No. Just my shoe.
Like maybe shoes without laces.
Just my shoe, folks.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. That's real life ready. Whew, my patchouli's wearing off.
Oh, my favorite shirt is ruined.
Humans. Whoa.
You smell amazing.
amazing.
Thanks. It's Native. Clean, effective, all-day deodorant. Native combines the best of nature with the best of science to formulate a 1-2 kick that neutralizes odor-causing bacteria for long-lasting odor protection. Listen, I gallop all day through these dense-ass woods, and if it works for these horse pits, it'll work for you. Click this link to smell for yourself.
So check on every pick on NFL.com with the Draft Tracker presented by Lexus. Do that, please. As you know, I always like talking about when picks are turned in by a team that acquired them via trade, and let you know which trade that was to try and connect dots over the years that it sometimes takes to cash in picks. So the Seahawks, as we know earlier in this round, just finished up all the picks for the Russell Wilson trade, and you can see what they got. They got Drew Lock and Shelby Harris and Noah Fant in the actual trade, and the picks turned into Charles Cross, Wade Mafe, tackle and linebacker, Devin Witherspoon, and Derek Hall tonight. They traded away one of those picks in last year's draft. Now the Bears are about to start exacting draft choices that they acquired. This one is in the Roquan Smith trade. Later on in this round will be the first pick that they got extra for Carolina to move up to 1 in this year's draft. Obviously, they chose last night in the first round. It was Carolina's pick, but they moved down, they moved around. Anyway, long story short, we're starting to see this with Brian Poles has to start turning picks into humans who can win football games. This is one of the first ones to be cashed in. Here is the Chicago Bears draft choice. Currently being announced by
all-time team.
Commissioner, but is that Darren Hester? All righty.
Shout-out, what's up, baby? Y'all ready for this? With the 53rd pick of the 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Javon Dexter Sr., Florida Gators D-type.
Gervin Dexter Sr.
What do you think? We had a hurricane announcing a Gator there, but Dexter he's kind of the definition of a flash player because you'll see certain plays in certain games where you're like, whoa, this guy has got some big-time juice. He's almost 6'6", he's 310 pounds. So he plays like somebody.
All right, let's see. The 54th pick is the Chargers. Oh, we just traded up with the Lions. We just traded up with the Detroit Lions. I just noticed that.
So like he's got the talent. You're right.
We just traded up. I think we're gonna get Jalen Hyatt. I think we're gonna get Hyatt, everybody. I think we're gonna get him. We just traded up with the Lions. The Chargers pick is in.
All the coaching changes at Florida that affects young guys, right? So maybe some consistency will help them.
And they've hit the line in both of their picks. Offensive line, Darnell Wright, now Javon Dexter Sr. And I should say this while we're waiting for the Chargers pick. I'll do my friend Dion a solid. That guy just made the pick right there. Devin Hester should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of time to do that.
I think.
I also not only like doing Dion a favor, I don't want him upset with me. I could wind up in the transfer portal. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, unless you're Louis.
All right, here's the Chargers pick.
Would it be great if the next pick was named somebody named Louis right now?
How great is that? When Dion told them all, we coming, and a lot of people going. Go on, we coming.
We're going to draft Jalen Hyatt. We're going to fucking draft Jalen Hyatt. Is it LaDainian Tomlinson?
Kansas City! I just want to take a brief moment to thank all of you fans from every team. We are so grateful for you. Without you, none of this would exist. We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Tuipulotu, linebacker, USC. Let's go!
Tuipulotu.
USC, went to Seattle. They go back to USC, get another guy with tremendous production for the Trojans. Some wondered, okay, is he going to bulk up and kick inside, or do you keep him out on the edge? I think he's most comfortable out there on the edge.
Julie Chewy Pelosi is the pick here. And we just traded up. We are up. We are up next. We are up next. We are up next at 55. We are up. Our pick is officially in. Please let it be Jalen Hyatt. Our pick is in. Please let it be Jalen Hyatt. We need Jalen Hyatt. We traded up for no. We traded up. Look at that, James Droz. He's right there. Bruh. I don't want Brett Beach to ruin this.
One more. I think we got it.
Yeah, let's focus on the RV.
RV?
Okay, everybody look at the RV and smile.
This is what you want for your family portrait?
Good point. We bundled the boat with our home and auto first. Hey, team, get on in here.
Team? Oh. Fun. Now everyone say 24/7 financial protection with
Thank God. I'm not looking at Instagram or anything because. Oh, yeah. Gotta stand up again. Gotta stand up. It's a Chiefs pick. It's a Chiefs draft pick. It's a Chiefs draft pick, so I gotta stand up for it.
Find a place. This is Fast Twitch, a new energy drink from Gatorade.
Beach, if you fucking mess this up, I swear to God. We picked Felix and Enrique Rizaba. We have picked Felix. We just traded up with the Detroit Lions.
This is for those who've been waiting. Not patiently, but deliberately. Waiting for a more considered approach to electric vehicle.
We're gonna ruin this. We're not gonna draft Taylor Hyatt.
The experience that comes with it.
We're gonna draft Taylor. We're not gonna
The
draft
first
Taylor.
ever all-electric RZ.
Are you fucking joking?
This is electric. Powered by Lexus.
Breakout night watching sports at Dave & Buster's. How's it feel?
I just never imagined I'd be here watching.
We're gonna win the AFC West again.
To do it with my old man in the crowd.
Since one AFC West in 7 straight seasons. It's gonna happen
Get
again.
a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's. We're staring at a Yeti cooler that got burnt up in a house fire.
We rescued this off a boat fire.
Oh, I don't care about Yeti coolers. Yeti coolers can suck my cock.
Just pulled it out from there. Bye. Shaking up my beer.
Nice to my Yeti.
Please let this be Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, yeah. Still has the ice. It still holds ice. With ice intact.
He's still available.
Hats off to Yeti.
Has a Yeti, all right.
Barely a scratch. Rise and shine with GMFB.
That was fun to watch.
Oh, I love football. Get your morning started with football, friends, and a whole lot of fun. Boom, it clicked. See you tomorrow, fam. Good morning football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
Please, just let this be.
The first day of the draft makes headlines. The
Let
second
this
day
be
of the
Jalen
draft
Hyatt.
makes contenders. Every selection and every surprise, every trade and every
Beach, if
tier.
you ruin
Make
this.
Total Access your headquarters for rounds 2 and 3 today.
Jalen Hyatt is still available, so we might get him in the 3rd round. But if we can get him in the 2nd round, that'd be great.
All right. So
Unless some other team decides to pick him up.
moved up from the last pick in the round. By the way, that's usually when the Super Bowl winners pick. So they moved up from 63 to 55 and flipped a 4th and a 7th round pick to the Lions.
They got a 7th round pick. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what other draft picks we have. So
Bottom of 1, and then that run on receivers kind of took them all off the board. So they went Enrique Uzame as an edge rusher. So if you look at the wide receiver stack right now, it's the 2 guys from Tennessee. It's been that way for a while for me, Hyatt and Tillman.
Jalen Hyatt.
Guys I have out there if they're looking at that.
Trent Simpson, Hendon Hooker, Keely Ringo, John Michael Schmitz, Adebo War,
Because this is a team
Jones, DeJuan Jones and Tyreek Stevenson. Please don't let us pick Tyreek Stevenson for the love of fucking damn! All right. Here we go. This is it. This is the 55th pick.
Everybody just wants Patrick Mahomes to get more offensive threats. No kidding. Just what the league wants. You know, I like producing here. I have no idea what
anything.
I like
No
the house
spoilers, nothing.
This place should be going nuts right now. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to help my friend.
Here we go. Here we go.
NFL legends Ed and Brad Buddy. Can you believe this? First of all, the Buddy family would like to thank the family of the National Football League that's represented here, and also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-03 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashid Rice, wide receiver.
Oh, we got a wide receiver! We got a wide receiver! It's not Hyatt, though. We got a fucking wide receiver! Rashid Rice. It's not Jalen Hyatt, but it works. And that's why I like it. Because we drafted a fucking wide receiver. Let's go. We drafted a wide receiver.
He's so productive. 230 catches, 3,000 yards. Like I said, when I watched him, I thought, boy, this guy is so productive. He's so good. There's so much to love about him. And then I saw all these lists. I was like, why is he so much lower than these other players? Because, again, productivity screams out. Yeah, but why is he so much lower? What conference did he play in? American Athletic Conference. Sometimes that takes you down a bit. But going back to what DJ was talking about.
Rashid Rice.
People forget Juju Smith-Schuster is a solidly built young man, all right? This kid's 204 pounds. So when he runs those underneath drag routes,
oh my God. All right. Chicago Bears pick is in.
Snatch the football, take the hit, and complete the dash. Well, the Bears moved up while we were in commercial break waiting for the Chiefs pick. They moved up from 61. This is a pick they got, again, in the Carolina trade by way of San Francisco. So remember, Carolina flipped a trade, flipped the two that they got for Christian McCaffrey to Chicago in their big trade to move up to one. So back comes the Hesters.
We have some breaking news. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 56th pick to Chicago Bears. With the 56th pick in 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Tyreek Stevenson, DB, University of Miami.
Ooh. Tyreek Stevenson.
And make another pick. Well, they made him pick a guy from Florida the last time, so now they made up for it.
There you go. Let's make things right. Tyreek Stevenson is a transfer from Georgia. Played inside there, goes to Miami so he can play outside.
Miami of Florida. Corner Tyreek Stevenson.
Nose to nose, play man to man. Very physical, very tough. And you see him get under the skin of some of his opponents with that energy he plays with. There's the zone instincts, able to sink underneath that route, down the field, go up and
attack the ball at the highest point. So the New York Giants,
showing you example again of the ball.
Their pick is in at 57.
Some of these thought he might end up being a safety. He's played nickel, he's played outside. To me, wherever you play him, you're getting one tough, competitive defensive back. And that's what you're going to need in the NFC North because that's Justin Jefferson over there. Right? And you go to the Rams.
Tyreek Stevenson against Justin Jefferson is going to be a problem.
Okay, so we're still a couple picks behind. It's now time for the New York Giants' latest pick. Kickers are picked too.
Stand up, New York! What a time to be a Giants fan. Now let's get to business. We're looking for smart. We're looking for tough. We're looking for dependable.
Wow.
Guys, I love this pick.
Dude dominated at his senior. Dude dominated at the Senior Bowl.
He's been in college now for 6 years. Took advantage of that COVID year. But like Tippmann earlier from Wisconsin, also athletic. Maybe not as tall as Tippmann, but he can get out laterally and move from the center position, pull out there in that RPO-based scheme. And rest assured, they were running the rock at Minnesota, and a big reason why was John Michael Schmitz.
Yeah, elite makeup. Everybody that went into that school, they raved about this. This
Oh,
is a guy
one pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's flash back to the first round of this draft when the Dallas Cowboys got leapfrogged by the Buffalo Bills for the tight end.
Ooh, what if they draft? Oh, they can't draft Michael Mayer now. They'd have to draft a different tight end.
I've just been told huge news, absolutely huge news. Who is one of the best celebrity, if you will, NFL legend draft choice announcers?
Is this true? Is this true?
Coming out for the Dallas Cowboys right now.
Oh, baby.
Let's go.
Drew Pearson's back.
Ah, Drew Pearson.
All right, thank you. Thank you. As an undrafted free agent, I'm honored to be here in Kansas City for the 2023 NFL Draft. Of course, I come to you as a former Dallas Cowboy, but I also want to honor the legacy of the Kansas City Chiefs and some of its great players, like the great Otis Taylor and our original owner, Lamar Hunt. But I'm here to represent the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys.
That's true.
And its Hall of Fame owner, Jerry Jones.
Yes.
Gene Jones and the Jones family. Head coach Mike McCarthy. And Cowboy Nation.
Yeah, fuck you.
With the 58th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys select Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from Michigan.
Luke Schoonmaker.
He is the best. Another Wolverine here for the Dallas Cowboys.
He's going to Michigan.
Joneses were smart people.
I did run for you. So why did he represent Kansas City?
Luke Schoonmaker. That's a great pick.
Look, Schoonmaker to me is an inline tight end, real easy mover. They can move him around in that offense. They throw him a lot of these tight end screens. Just get the ball in his hands. He makes things happen. You see what he did as a lead blocker there to help that run game. They love going to the Big Ten for tight ends. They've done it recently here. You look at Jake Ferguson from Wisconsin. They go get Hendershot from Indiana. Now they go to Michigan to get Schoonmaker.
He had an AC joint issue in his shoulders this year.
Luke Schoonmaker.
After Eric Hall, their best tight end, went down with a season-ending injury.
Well, later on, the Cowboys choose 90th overall. I wonder what Michigan player will take that.
I don't think they're going to have an all-Michigan draft.
Go blue, Dallas Cowboys. Go blue.
Buffalo's pick is in.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone. Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
I got a heart like a truck. It's been drunk through the mud. Runs on dreams and gasoline. And that old highway hopes to keep. You gotta
idea. Someone sent me.
When you drive a Ram, you drive with heart.
Which NFL players depend on Sleep Number? This Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year sure does. I mean, just look at him. Super Bowl champions do. The Offensive Player of the Year does. Turns out 80% of NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. It's game-changing sleep only from Sleep Number.
Next on Behind the Series.
Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever assembled.
The Monster, the Outlaw. You can't forget about the Boss. Sometimes you just want to eat your heroes. The Subway Series, the greatest menu of all time. For pros like Cam Jordan, confidence is a game changer. Just like doctors all over the world, Cam trusts Invisalign aligners to improve his winning smile.
My confidence is at an all-time high.
Invis is trusted by the pros.
It was one of those stand up to Jewish hate things. Oh, well, you're a stupid Jew. Fucking Eric Cartman. Are you going to show examples of what happened? Didn't think so. Rashid Rice. Rashid Rice, I like that pick. I like it because it's a wide receiver, and I don't care that Hyatt goes off the board anymore. We drafted a wide receiver, and if we can get both in a, if we can get both get.
During our commercial break, one last draftee walk here in Kansas City. It's the first round selection of the Kansas City Chiefs. Felix Anudike-Uzomah from Kansas State, a local kid from just went down the path of all the draftees last night.
Man, you really do have to fight for your right to party.
We got the Chiefs today. We got their rivals, the Bills, coming up. I'll tell you, Buffalo never expected Dalton Kincaid to be around in the 20s. They made a move to get him. The work that they were doing were on the defensive and offensive lines, looking at those first-round prospects. Defensive and offensive lines. They want to win at the line of scrimmage. They want to also protect Josh Allen. Let's see what they do in this pick here.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Ooh.
2 cents right there. And the Bengals have already made their pick. The Jaguars, Eagles, and then the Lions will finish up this second round. Here comes the Buffalo Bills' latest pick. I love watching the Jackson.
Third all-time leading rusher, NFL legend Fred Jackson.
What's up, everybody? Now, everybody's coming out here talking about how you fans are. You guys have all been great. But it is Bills Mafia over everything.
Woo.
Yeah. In all seriousness, man, I was here in 2018, and I had the honor of being up here with a great Bills Mafia legend and Pancho Villa. And this is for you, man. I'm back up here again, and I just want you to know you're gone but not forgotten. With the 59th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Osiris Torrance, guard out of Florida.
Oh my God!
Yeah, this is value.
That's an amazing pick.
There's a lot of talk about him going in round number 1. They end up getting him here in the second round. His cleats are always in the ground, which allows him to play with a lot of power with his base. He's able to clear lanes.
The Bengals have made their pick. Not sure.
Florida, and the upgrade in competition was not an issue for him at all. Overwhelming linebackers at the second level, winning one-on-one, being left one-on-one against some of the best guys in the country, including Jalen Carter that you're looking at right there. This is a firm interior player. So if you're a quarterback, the one thing
The Cincinnati Bengals have made their pick.
Provides that. And you remember when Mike Tyson made his first comeback, and he had a hype guy at the press conference screaming, "The butt kicker is back. The number one butt kicker in the business is back." That's Osiris Torrance up front. And guess what? They're going to need him because they're going to need to block Quinton Williams of the Jets. They need to block Christian Wilkins of the Dolphins. If they want to do what they want to do. And then, of course, you got to deal with the Bengals, and you got to deal all the way down the line with Kansas City. Well, the Bengals latest pick is in. They took Miles Murphy a long time ago last night. Now it's time for AJ Green to make this announcement.
What up, Houday Nation? Man, it's an honor to be here. With the 60th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals selects DJ Turner, corner, Michigan.
DJ Turner.
Guys, DJ Turner is a heck of a corner, but he really started
to show out and rise up draft boards when he blazed at 40 at the combine, fastest 40 there in Indianapolis. This is a defense that was predicated on.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing him at the combine. That's how I remember that name.
Cover corners on the outside. DJ Turner is one of those guys. I'll be honest. At times, I thought
definitely to replace Von Bell at safety, but
we'll talk about it in a couple of years. But when you turn on
I think they also lost a corner, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely a solid replacement for that corner, but I don't know his name.
He's got easy speed, though. That speed you saw at the combine, you see it on the field. Well, I mean, if you play, in Cincinnati, what's the most important thing when you draft somebody? Somebody who knows how to win in the state of Ohio. So, check that box. And then you talk about checking boxes. DJ Turner checked the box here at Indianapolis, where they won the last 2 Big Ten championships. You just don't even remember 2 decades, do you? DJ Turner just gone. Yeah, he goes to history never happened. Ohio never happened. He must feel really good about going back to Ohio. I don't know. Honestly, it's those pages in the history books.
Only in Ohio. And I know those Ohio jokes ain't funny. All right, Jacksonville's pick is in. Oh.
Find top brand kitchen appliances that just fit in-store and online. They'll fit your budget, your space, and with innovative features, they'll fit your favorites too. Final days to save up to $140 on the Samsung kitchen package in-store and online at the Home Depot. It's May 3rd.
Nice. So, how's it going? Oh, with interest rates up, I've been looking to get a better savings account, but all the options have you up in the air? Well, yes. You know, at NerdWallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by comparing rates of top high yield to the most out of your savings. And the coffee.
Oat, almond, regular.
Oh. Did you get it? It's because earlier she was up in the air and now she's down.
Okay.
I thought it was good.
NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
With Hyundai, there's magic in the journey. Your journey. Whether curiosity is your guide, or you're taking the turns as they come. Whether your trip is fueled by fantasy or electricity. When it comes to making real-life magic, at Hyundai, we're thinking of every mile. There's magic in the journey.
Admitted, you use my Old Spice body wash.
I'm not letting hotel soap leave my skin. It's the lavender mint for me. Get that.
Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
A new car loses about 10% of its value the minute you drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmer's new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks.
We are Farmers.
That's unrealistic.
Every year, Rich Eisen runs the 40 to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Visit runrichron.pledgeit.org to donate. Then tune in to the 2023 NFL Draft on NFL Network to see Rich run.
Oh, well, this is me.
Still early. You want to maybe grab a coffee?
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash Card, you earn 2% cash back on what you want, like coffee, ping pong, a movie, karaoke, and 2% cash back on what you need.
No. Just my shoe.
Like maybe shoes without laces.
Just my shoe, folks.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. That's real life ready.
Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
Upsetting out Daniel Jeremiah's best available players.
Marvin Mims, Josh Downs,
Wide receivers.
Tank Dell.
Yeah, this feels like you're trying to punish me right now.
No.
Having these two at the top, and, they're not even off the board right now. Just kidding by all that, but Jalen Hyatt, speed, the Cedric
I think Detroit is on the clock.
About a guy that's still on the board. that a lot of people really like as well. That's Josh Downs of North Carolina. So we check out the NFL player comparison presented by Ram Trucks. And you see Josh Downs with his production. Remember, he played there with Sam Howell, new quarterback last season, one that we're going to be talking about that run by the name of Drake May. And who does he compare well to? Jahan Dotson, who was so good last year with Washington, coming out of Penn State and being able to make those moves underneath and shake people.
The Jacksonville Jaguars pick from Fred Taylor.
Welcome a member of the Jaguars NFL legend, Fred Taylor.
Hey. King of Nation, y'all look good out there. Hey, I can't leave out here without giving one big Duval. All right. With the 61st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end, Penn State.
Brenton Strange.
Guys, Brenton Strange, he's got a lot of talent. In fact, James Franklin, his head coach, he kept telling me over the last couple of years, hey, my tight end room is better than it's ever been. And I'm like, I always used to argue with him. I'm like, you have Mike Gesicki, you had Freiermuth, you had a bunch of dudes. He's like trained to draw those dudes. Well, he finally started producing last year. DJ, it wasn't off the charts. Strange is the move tight end in that offense. He did a lot of things well. He can block well, but it never ultimately produced like those other guys I talked about.
Yeah, but I think when you're looking for guys that can block, that jumped off the tape to me. I heard he was really.
Ooh, Denver just moved up.
He's in that flex position.
Denver just moved up into the second round.
So to me, I think there's some versatility. Doug Peterson knows what to do with tight ends. Had a bunch of them in Philadelphia. So Houston is picking here.
Oh, Houston. Yeah, Houston traded up with Philly. Denver is trading up with
So Houston's pick is in, and then Denver is currently on the clock. The Broncos just traded in to the second round to make their first pick in this draft, and their first draft choice of Deshaun Payton. So here's the latest pick from Houston.
Andre Johnson.
Kansas City, how we doing?
Brian Cushing.
Are making moves. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 62nd pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 62nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Juice Scruggs, center, Penn State. Go Texans.
We've seen a big run.
Juice Scruggs.
Offensive lineman here in round number 2. You see the size there with Scruggs as a center. Does a nice job keeping his hands inside. Just kind of
2 Penn State guys in a row.
Keep your hands inside. Controls that way. He can latch and create some movement at the point.
So Denver is.
You see his legs die a little bit on contact. So I just want to see him be more consistent in that area. I know he can do it. Just want to see the consistency improve. I thought he's better as a power player than as a move type player.
What if Sean Clifford goes into the?
Right, remember him coming out of there, Sam Mustipher, and then when you think about it, also.
Ew, Sam Mustipher. That dude is fucking horrible.
Shipley had too short of arms, couldn't play. Heck, he was playing on an NFC team with the Arizona Cardinals that went to the NFC title game as a starter. Penn State centers, they will battle you. And these guys are in the long line of those people. I would just say, what a moment for Juice Scruggs, who had a horrific car accident early in his college career, and they thought he might never play again, and he just worked himself back for 2 straight years, Rich, to get on the field.
Denver Broncos pick is in.
A second-round draft pick. He could be back from
Fuck the Broncos.
every snap. He's in a mini one.
We just got ourselves a top elite receiver right there in Rashee Rice.
Decided not to get a surgery and was in a back brace for a year.
Time to welcome the Denver Broncos to this draft. It's their first choice of this draft. They just traded up a couple spots from the third round to make the final pick of the second round and the first pick of Sean Payton's tenure as the new AC of the Denver Broncos.
Shout out to my daughter Marley, my son DeMarcus, and also my son Michael. I know they're watching. The Detroit Lions have traded the 63rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 63rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
I'm glad to see Marvin Mims land in the second round. I didn't understand.
All right, the second round is over.
Because when you pop on on the tape, you see the production, you see the suddenness, and our coworker Emmanuel Sanders at the NFL Network, that's the comp that came to me when
Round 3 is coming up.
You'll see his ability to separate. You could really see it when he had Caleb Williams back there at quarterback. He attacks safeties, understanding their leverage. He spins guys around like tops down the field. And Joel, the hands are strong. He can go up and get the ball. I know he's not the biggest guy in the world. He's 183 pounds. He plays.
Definitely if Cortland Sutton is out there.
Routes are just so good down the field. In fact, he averaged over 20 yards per catch. He had 45 catches.
This is the second draft in a row where the last pick in the second round was made by the Denver Broncos. Last year, the second round ended with Nick Bonito, a linebacker.
A guy that can help you, and in particular, help you get down the field and stretch the defense. And they have a lot of receivers in Denver. So when you're sitting there thinking you're going to add Marvin Mims to this group with KJ Hamler and the rest of that crew, does that mean that there's room for someone who wants to come get some?
Now it's time to start the third round, and let's send things to the stage for a presentation to kick off the third round.
The Bears are on the clock.
The Eagles again, because they just traded with the Denver Broncos. That's how we're rolling right now. To the stage and the third round of this draft.
Kansas City has a rich history and a deep connection to our armed forces that is well represented with our draft stage directly in front of the World War I Memorial. The World War I Memorial displays poppies as an enduring symbol of remembrance of the First World War. And now it's time to salute the one team we all cheer for. Joining us on stage are active duty service members from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force,
Army, Navy, Air Force,
Marine Corps.
Space
We
Force.
ask all of those currently serving and those
Chicago's pick is in.
also please stand and be recognized. Thank you to our service members here and abroad for the sacrifice you and your families make for our country.
Philly's on the clock. I might get a copyright strike for this, or a copyright claim. I just hope YouTube didn't shut down my thing. I don't think it did. YouTube didn't shut it down, so I'm good.
Kansas City. It is now time for.
I don't think it heard it. I don't think the.
Minutes now. Third round. The Chicago Bears have made their pick. The Texans are next up after that. Unless this is the pick that they traded to move up. Yeah, so the Eagles, back-to-back picks for the Philadelphia Eagles. One that they just acquired from the Texans, and then one that they had from the trade settlement for Jonathan Gannon going to Arizona to be their new head coach. And then the one they just acquired from Denver. So there's a lot going on here with this draft, trying to keep track of everything. The Eagles, the Lions are actually got one of the Broncos picks. Anyway, it's the Bears pick, for crying out loud. It's the third round of the draft here in Kansas City.
To announce the Chicago Bears selection, please welcome director and founder of Miracle Lemonade, Cole Bennett.
Wow. It's pretty crazy to be here right now. I'm off a few Bud Lights, so give me a second here, but I'll recognize that I'm in Kansas
Kansas City, so go Chiefs. But I'm really here to say bear down. Where are we at, Chicago? All right, here we are. With the 64th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Zach Pickens, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
All right, I'm going to jump into Zach Pickens here, but be warned, I've had a couple diet sodas. This is another athletic defensive lineman that they've just added. They had Dexter, who's a big 300-plus pound guy, almost 6'6", who ran under 5 flat. Now you bring in Pickens. He ran 4.89, 34 3/8 inch arms. The traits are there. The explosiveness is there. He is fun to watch. These are upside plays for Ryan Poles. They're going to the line of scrimmage. They did it first with Darnell Wright in the first round, CD. Now they come back with a couple defensive linemen. They're chasing upside. They're chasing some big-time traits up front with Ryan Poles.
And in Indianapolis, when Matt Eberflus was the defensive coordinator, they built from the line out in terms of what they were doing on defense, trying to do that now in Chicago.
So the Bears have kicked off the third round. Let's take a break. When we come back, the Philadelphia Eagles in back-to-back picks. Jalen Carter and then Nolan Smith quickly as we go to break. Any Georgia Bulldogs available?
Yeah, just looking at that. What do we got?
Best Bulldogs.
Keely Ringo. That goes out there. The student manager's available. He's really good organizing the locker room.
He's on the phone with Aga right now.
A new car loses about 10% of its value the minute you drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmers' new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers' policy perks.
We are farmers.
Hey, Dad, what's the ocean like? Are there animals living underwater? Is the ocean warm?
Yeah, it can be very warm.
You were made to remember some days forever. We were made to help you find the best way there.
Is a new title really necessary?
Sir, after bestowing the gift of renting ease to millions, a bump is in order.
Okay, let's see.
Master of the rental sphere.
Wow. No, is it too much? Farmers.com. The place to find a place.
Now this is an upgrade. And away we go. Hey, oh. I can get used to this. The best way to see the world is to experience it. With travel upgrades and private events from Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Rumor has it you're considering a
Ooh,
trade
what
to
if the
leave the
Eagles went and got Jalen Hyatt?
I'm always looking for the best opportunity to watch, but I'm just focused on getting the next round. And cut beers. Yeah.
Get a power card with an
I'm just saying that because Hyatt is a guy that, like, you know, it's not still on everybody's draft board.
While Pro Tony Pollard is training to win in the field, Tony trusts Invisalign aligners to improve his winning smile, joining 15 million smiles worldwide. Invis is trusted by the pros.
Tomorrow at 7 Eastern on Fox. Look at that! The show
Eagles pick is in.
Unbelievable! And Sunday at 4, the Generals battle the Panthers. Week 3 USFL action heats up this weekend on Fox.
Every year, Rich Eisen runs the 40 to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Visit runrichrun.pledgeit.org to donate. Then tune in to the 2023 NFL Draft on NFL Network to see Rich run.
As we just mentioned, we're in the third round. And the Chiefs did pretty well in the third round in 2013. 63rd overall pick of the draft. He's only going to go to Canton, Ohio. Cooper Kupp, Rams did pretty well in 2017, taking that kid out of Eastern Washington back in the day. And he's a Super Bowl MVP now, right? Ian Rappaport before I take it away, what's going on with Hendon Hooker, best you can tell?
Yeah, Rich, as these picks continue to go, Hendon Hooker, the Tennessee quarterback, still available. When a guy as talented as he is, as accomplished as he is, there's really only two reasons. One, character, not a concern. You're very high character. The other is medical. And, of course, he tore his ACL at the end of last season. Likely to be cleared by the start of the season, but could end up getting on pup. Maybe someone who starts kind of more toward into the year. Perhaps that's a reason why teams have paused. But I would expect him to go at some point soon. Just has not heard his name to be someone's backup just yet.
Third round picks. The Eagles, by the way, we heard the phrase that we hadn't heard in a while, that the Eagles passed on their draft choice. That meant that they didn't make a pick in time, but they had the next one as well, so they were just taking their time. They have now made both of their selections, and they're going to, I imagine, announce them in one fell swoop. And then the Broncos are now on the clock. Pause again. Is it the same standing policy? Did he move from last night? Because it looks like the same.
Is this B-roll? Is this live?
I don't know. It really looks like last night.
I feel like Keanu Reeves is going to start driving the bus with the video on loop.
Nice. Look at you. Nice little speed reference right there. Thank you. Excellent.
That could have been Ocean's 11 as well.
That's it.
The big tape with the ball.
They are going to announce both picks at the same time. Let's see who makes the third round selection for the Philadelphia Eagles. Looks like Trent Cole is going to be coming out here and doing both. So there you have it. The Eagles are coming out, and as we all know, Jalen Carter dropped last night until the Eagles said that's enough. We'll move on one spot with the Bears and take them. Then they stay put in the second to last spot and watch Nolan Smith fall in their lap. So I know I was kind of joking, is there a Georgia player available? Of course there is. Could you imagine if they actually take one?
I think they take Darnell Washington.
Please welcome two-time Pro Bowler and NFL legend Trent Cole. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, guys! What a great week to be an Eagle, guys. Well, with the 65th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Steen, guard, Alabama.
Here's the other one.
Guys, with the 66th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Sidney Brown, DB, Illinois.
All right, let's start one at a time.
Let's start here with Steen. He was a tackle at Alabama. They announced him as a guard. Think about Landon Dickerson, another Alabama
Sidney Brown.
lineman he'll be playing with there under coach Jeff Stoutland, who spent a lot of time at Alabama. So they had all the information they needed on this player. He's got an enormous lower half. Jeff Stoutland and these Eagles, they like their offensive linemen, especially the guards and tackles, to be really big, strong guys. That's what he does. He can set that anchor inside. He's incredibly smart.
All right, so the Denver Broncos are on the clock.
Coming in there from Vanderbilt, he's going to be able to pick up this offense very quickly.
And again, they're one step ahead because think about it. They have to move Cam Jurgens, their future center, to guard this year to play with Isaac Samuel gone. Now you bring in Tyler Steen, who can kind of apprentice, and then move into guard with Jurgens moves over to center with Kelsey retired. 1 year ahead, one more time.
And another Illinois defensive back off the board.
Third one, and this one is really their leader and their rock. Safety Sidney Brown. This is a guy that you talk to players around the Big Ten and on Illinois.
He wears number 30 for the Illinois, for the Fighting Illini.
Sidney Brown. Well, that's the way that he plays. Downhill, very stout. He started 50 games in his career, which is just unheard of. Played a ton of football. Very prepared. Watches a ton of film. So he's a student of the game, and he's certainly one of the reasons why they had such a great defense last year.
Really the first true safety off the board. Brian Branch is going to be a nickel, so this is the first safety Howie Roseman and the Eagles are able to
All right, Denver's pick is in.
Player, so he's going to get on the field, probably going to be a 4-down player.
A lot of people remember his brother, twin Chase,
Just hugged him right there.
Monster running back for the Illini last year.
He's still on the draft board. And so this guy, I would say, if you smoke, we forgot about, just assuming he does. So the Eagles don't make another pick till the late 6th round. So do have 4 more picks to go, but it'll be late tomorrow when they start making
a
them.
dinner place in Philly now.
Or that guy that's right here for the spot. There's a lot going on here in Kansas City, as you know, from TV. Denver Broncos, their second pick in the last few minutes. DeMarcus Ware is back.
Shout out to my wife, Angela. Make sure you have MJ in bed right now. It is 8:26. With the 67th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas.
Oh.
DJ, this guy was highly recruited, 5-star recruit out of high school, #1 athlete in the class of 2020. He was a 10,900-meter guy, and it just didn't click at Alabama. You know, positional differences. Then he goes
Arkansas linebacker Drew Sanders goes to the Denver Broncos.
They also cut him loose some on the edge and let him rush the quarterback, which he did a really nice job of. He's a slippery blitzer.
Up next is Detroit.
Coverage to me with that size that he has, matching him up with tight ends. I think that's going to be a big role for him in this Denver defense.
Next pick on the clock is the Lions. They have made their selection. Now the Rams are on the clock. The Raiders and Saints after them, as the Broncos have added a wide receiver, Marvin Mims, and linebacker Drew Sanders out of Arkansas to Sean Payton's roster. Lions, Rams, Raiders, Saints when we come back.
The 2023 NFL Draft is brought to you by the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. And presented by Verizon, the network America relies on.
This is the Lexus variety of electrification. Inspired by, created for, and powered by you.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone.
Pittsburgh.
Don't miss out. Get started
All right, so
today
Kansas
with
City
Verizon Business.
doesn't pick
It's your business. It's your Verizon.
technically.
It's Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot. Whether you're planning a new patio or a backyard deck, a place to gather or get away, this is your season, your space, and your place to bring
We
it all
currently
to
have the 95th pick.
do more this season with Spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot.
Yeah, currently have the 95th pick, but that's subject to change.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years, putting the most advanced technology into people's hands, generation after generation, tool after tool, again and again, bringing you the broadest and most reliable network of service dealers, always moving forward. We lead, others follow. Next on Behind the Series.
Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever assembled.
The monster, the outlaw, and you can't forget about the boss. Sometimes you just want to eat your heroes. The Subway Series, the greatest menu of all time.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, the first day of the draft makes headlines. The second day of the draft makes contenders. Every selection and every surprise, every trade and every tier. Make Total Access your headquarters for rounds 2 and 3 today after the draft.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Just one pick away, baby.
One pick, and we can take the North.
One pick away from running to the NFC.
After tonight, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Este draft nos puede llevar al Super Bowl.
Back here in Kansas City. House man is playing free falling. That's a terrible. Not cool, man. Not cool. I mean, come up. Read the rule. Right? Free falling. All right.
Rich, did you have a band earlier in your life that didn't make it?
No. That's no beef. There's no beef. I just like talking about the selection. I just go with the Jefferson theme song from Moving On Up. What are you calling? Come on.
We got to move on. Take it away. I'll tell you what is cool, Rich. The Detroit Lions have just traded up over a couple quarterback needy teams, and we've talked about it. They've done all the quarterback work. Hendon Hooker is just sitting there. All they have is Nate Sudfeld behind Jared Goff. Potentially, if this is the direction they go, they're back up this year. Maybe quarterback in the future. We shall see. This is the Lions' big move tonight.
All right, and interestingly enough, the Lions made the pick, and during the break, before this is announced, the Rams just traded out. So they heard who the Lions took. Maybe put some pieces together. Could this be Hendon Hooker in Detroit? Or not? Let's check it out.
All right, let's see if it's Hendon Hooker.
Global flag football ambassador, Lions wide receiver, Ahmed Ross St. Brown.
What's up? How y'all doing? Damn, so this is what it feels like to be up here, huh?
Nice.
With the 68th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Hendon Hooker, quarterback from Tennessee.
Nice.
And one of the guys one assumes Hendon Hooker will throw to just announced his arrival in Detroit. So that is a plot twist here atop round 3. The Detroit Lions are the ones who take Hendon Hooker off the draft board.
And there's a lot of discussion about
They're calling him an athletic Sam Bradford.
Well, they turn around and get the most important position here in the 3rd round with a ton of value with Hendon Hooker at this point in time. The offense he played, and you guys touched on it, it's that old Baylor system. They're going to spread you from sideline to sideline. It creates a lot of space. You get a lot of vertical shots, particularly from the slot with Jalen Hyatt this year. The accuracy, the ball placement is pristine. It's a lot of
When do you think he gets his?
throw in the pocket. You don't see him have to move around too much. You get glimpses like this, though, of the athleticism.
The Lions just took Hendon Hooker. Interesting.
You can sprinkle that in. You're not going to want to major in it. But there were 3 questions about him, and while he's here in the 3rd round, it was age, it was injury, and it was the offense. And the teams that met with him said we have no concerns about his ability to transition to an NFL offense. The injury is going to be fine, and the age, it is what it is.
Well, you're seeing this offense at work right here, and you talked about, he didn't move around a lot. When he did need to leave the pocket, he can, but that's by design, and it's actually the most difficult part of this offense. It's a wide receiver-based offense where they're running read routes, as you know, CD down the field. So he's got to just sit in there and allow those receivers to make those decisions before he unleashes down the field. And for a guy that was throwing it deep down the field, 70% completion percentage. Over
All right,
70%
Houston.
Tennessee record. I mean, this guy can throw it down the field with efficiency and accuracy.
And this is just the other
Is
day.
up next.
Hendon Hooker putting this out on everybody's feeds.
Nice to see the process back. It began a long time ago. We saw it in the Senior Bowl when he couldn't participate in anything on the field. But was there for all the meetings, was there for all the times with the different teams, sat in every session that he had with his team when he was at the Senior Bowl. Actually had his therapist saying, "You're missing rehab, get back here." He said, "No, I'm rehabbing just with someone else, but I'll get back with you quickly."
Let me jump in here and turn this to Sports Talk Radio while we wait for the Texans pick. When we're in Detroit for the draft next year, is Hendon Hooker the starting quarterback at Detroit Lions?
No, not based on what we saw
All
from
right, Texan pick
And they're
is officially in.
Jameer Gibbs, so Jared Goff was good last year. He's going to have a lot more to play with this year. Remember, they talked about this. I mean, when they say they, all of us collectively for 2 years now about them getting a quarterback. They like what they got from Jared Goff last year. They like that a lot.
Up next is Las Vegas.
This long to make the move on a quarterback this year. Otherwise, they would have gone play quarterback a lot earlier.
Texans latest great.
Ryan Traeger. Howdy. Let's go Texans. The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 69th pick to the Houston Texans.
Let's get the nice pick in.
With the 69th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nathaniel Dell, wide receiver out of Houston.
Tank Dell.
All right, so right from their backyard.
Oh. Wow.
This one now, if you're watching him, you're going to think you're watching it in fast forward because that's how fast he plays. Forget the 4.49. He looks like he's running.
You said Nathaniel, so I was like, who?
5'8", 165 pounds.
You said Nathaniel Dell, and I'm like, who's that? Oh, Tank Dell.
There's a reason why his production was off the charts. Guys can't get their hands on him. And then after the catch, he can make you miss. You see the spin and then the acceleration that he possesses. They got a quarterback.
The 70th pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders.
He's got a receiver now that can really go get it.
I love, Tank Dell's his whole path to Houston. He started at Alabama A&M. Then he had to go to junior college. Then he winds up with Houston. But you're right, that speed jumps off. And another thing, versatile as far as ways he can produce, because you can put him back as a return man. He can provide
you guys are playing.
Teams as well.
You guys are.
Houston took a player from the University of Houston, which was Lamar Lake.
You guys are playing Gardic phone or whatever, Jackbox? I'm sorry, I can't join tonight.
Hello, National Football League fans. Hello, arch enemy, Kansas City Chiefs fans. Congratulations on your Super Bowl victory. You know, in the National Football League, they have a saying called next man up. They say next man up. And so I'm here representing the great and late Willie Brown, one of our great players, Hall of Famer. And Willie's tradition was to always remind all of you, each and every person out there and those watching on TV, to remember what's coming up in the next week or so. Mother's Day is coming up. Willie Brown took great pride in encouraging all National Football League fans and all our television audiences to remember your mom. Remember your mom.
Your mom.
With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Byron Young, defensive tackle, Alabama.
Okay.
Byron Young's we're going to see get drafted this year. This is someone, when you watch him, he got a lot of cleanup with Will Anderson. So you see Will Anderson create some havoc, and then he was able to finish it off and clean it up. And he's going to play in that tilted nose off the center. You can use some as a 3 technique. I think his real value is against the run early on, and maybe more to come as a pass rusher.
And he knows how to use his hands very well, with great leverage and strength inside, and does not mind taking on those extra blockers to keep everyone else clean in that Alabama defense.
So the Raiders make their selection. Troy Vincent is coming to the podium, as I believe the commissioner is seemingly done in the pick-to-pick portion of his draft weekend.
All right, the Saints pick is in.
The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock. Their pick is in. And actually, the Titans' latest pick is also in. The Rams are currently rolling over their pick. Here's Troy Vincent.
And 2002 Walter Payton Man of the Year.
With the 71st pick. With the 71st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kendrick Miller, running back, TCU.
Kendrick Miller.
This is an angry runner, and I mean that as a sincere compliment. He gets downhill, and he
Don't know who that is, but he's from TCU. I don't remember his name being called ever.
You can also sprinkle in the screen game with him so he can get involved in pass. I thought he was physical and pass pro as well. I wish we had a chance to see him healthy all the way to the finish line this season.
That's exactly right. I love his makeup. When he was being recruited, TCU had already signed the #1 running back, a 5-star recruit, their highest ever, in Zach Evans. He went there anyways, and Zach ended up having to transfer because Kendrick just went to work, and he's a slashing style runner that can get it done.
All right, who is up next? The Cardinals are up next.
All righty. Good to know. When we come back, Titans, Rams, Browns with their first pick of this draft, and the Falcons return to action.
Arizona Cardinals.
Considering a trade to leave the booth for the bar.
Listen, Nicky, I'm always
Their
looking for
pick
the
is
best
officially
opportunity to
in.
watch, but I'm just focused on getting the next round. And beers. Yeah.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
It was me the whole time.
Well done, ma'am.
What did I do exactly?
With Snapchat from Progressive, you get a personalized discount for doing exactly what you're already doing. Being a safe driver.
Congratulations. This is a bowling trophy.
Yeah, the biggest one they had.
Okay, thanks.
Nice.
Since we started looking for a better cashback credit card.
Options have been coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
At NerdWallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by comparing top cards.
Ooh, cashback on dining out.
Great, because our table. NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
So yeah, USAA, they always have my back. USAA? You were in the military? Oh no, I wasn't, but my grandpa was. He joined USAA, passed membership to my mom, then to me. There's other ways to get in? Yeah. My neighbor Ron, he's in because his wife served. Even little Luna, once she's born, her dad served. So all this time I could have had USAA insurance and banking. Where's my phone? Over there.
Ooh, the Giants just traded up for the 73rd spot with the Rams.
NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content.
That's what I dreamed about.
The Giants just traded up with the Rams.
He can do it all. And behind the scenes access all off season.
Just trying to build that consistency.
NFL Plus. Get it all for $4.99 this off season.
The schedule is released. Lots of great storylines. Rivalry game just the way we like it.
All eyes on the quarterback.
It's a true revenge game. If you're a fan of football, this is the day.
Of course, they put Hulu commercials over here. Fuck.
Why is Aaron happy? Well, just days ago, his old wheels gave out. But he knew Carvana had his back. That's because Carvana had tens of thousands of cars under $20,000. And with the new cosigner option, Aaron's folks were able to help him out with a new ride. No way. Yes way. With the most cars under $20,000 and our new cosigner option, we'll drive you happy at Carvana.
At Amica, we know the most important part of the car is the driver.
I'm so glad you're okay.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Partner with Verizon Small Business Experts now through May 3rd for a free tech check and access to some of Verizon's best offers and deals. So, somebody trades fast and furious. I thought the Titans were on the clock, but no, there was a big swap between the Cardinals and the Titans way back at the top of tonight's broadcast and draft because the Titans moved up to take Will Levis. That was the first trade of the night, and there's been so many since then. So now the Cardinals are making this choice, and the Giants just traded up as the Rams were on the clock. So that means the Rams have traded down twice in this third round. So it goes Cardinals, Giants, and then we expect the Browns to make their first pick in this draft. You all know the Arizona Cardinals chose Paris Johnson Jr. to start, and B.J. Ojolari was their other choice tonight. Here comes the Arizona Cardinals' latest choice.
Here's the Cardinals pick.
With the 72nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Garrett Williams, defensive back, Syracuse.
Garrett Williams from Syracuse.
That's Garrett Williams' game. He's coming off of an ACL, so it's hard to slot him in. Wondered where he was going to go in this draft. Thought this was an opportunity for him to go in the third round. Some had him
He's
a
a
little bit later
cornerback.
on. The deep speed is really the only question, but you can watch him on special teams. You'll see him on kickoff coverage. You see the toughness and the instincts. Those are his best traits that he's working with. They're going to trust him to play off, find the ball, and go get it.
Peter Schrager
Well, Rich, the Giants are going to be on the clock, and I can tell you they had their heart set on a couple different positions, but
the Giants pick is in.
was one of them. They didn't end up getting one. They ended up going with Deontay Banks out of Maryland. This is the pick I would circle for the Giants fans looking for that wide receiver.
Ooh, what if they got Jalen Hyatt?
What do you think that could be, Daniel
When
Jeremiah?
I talked to Coach Dayball at the Senior Bowl, speed. They felt like they needed to get faster. They've added some fast pieces in the offseason, including Paris Campbell. I think they doubled down and try and find somebody who can really go.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 73rd pick to the New York Football Giants. With the 73rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, there he is. That's what I thought.
Very good receiver that is going the metropolitan area. Jalen Hyatt is going to the New York Giants, Charles.
Okay, good for him.
Really blossomed this past year. Obviously, the speed is the key.
Too bad he fell to the third round, though.
Against Alabama, 5 touchdown catches in that ballgame, which announced to the rest of the world this guy is for real. He stepped into the breach when Cedric Tillman got hurt earlier in the season, became the #1 wide receiver. He's a guy who had to find his way. Remember Bayless Jones? Bayless Jones came to Tennessee and really took the spot Jalen Hyatt was supposed to have. So Hyatt had to work his way back, worked very hard in the offseason, a lot of time on the Jugs machine, working to become that guy again. The key to him, guys, as I see it, the speed we know about, we have to see him develop a little bit more as a route runner, run a little bit more of the route.
Jalen Hyatt is a New York Giant.
Can he be creative when he catches the ball on a standstill? When you catch him on the run, he's gonna be extremely dangerous. You throw him a hitch, you throw him anything inside. He has to make
Ooh, the Browns have picked. The Browns have picked.
for him, as I see it.
If you watch that Alabama game, it took a drink every time they caught a vertical from the slot. You'd have been drunk by halftime.
I mean, on the floor,
He torched Alabama in that game.
in fact, Bama, they would tell you the 4 best players they played against. Bijan Robinson was in there, Jalen Carter, Jalen Hyatt was in that as well.
Fantastic. All right, here is the first pick for the Cleveland Browns. The only team after this team that is not yet selected in this draft are the 49ers.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I announce this pick, you guys be quiet. I have to acknowledge Dog Pound Nation. Now I can get to the pick. With the 74th pick in the 2023 draft, the Cleveland Browns select Cedric Tillman, wide receiver.
Whoa. That's going to be great for them. Two Tennessee wideouts back to back. Cedric Tillman.
I wrote down on my notes, this guy just big bodies dudes, Charles. Down the field, you see it on slants as well. He'll wall you off. He's a big guy who plays big.
2 years ago, a 1,000-yard receiver after they lost to Florida, went to the coaching staff and said, I need more responsibility. I need to be much more of a focal point of this offense. They made him so, and he really blossomed. Would have been the wide receiver 1 this year, had an injury early, ended up coming back after surgery to play down the stretch. But here's the added dimension. Toughness will block at the point of attacks. And what does Cleveland like to do? Run the football. They'll need that from him.
Elijah Moore, too. That's a new look receiving core, of course.
With Amari Cooper as well. Deshaun Watson of the Browns. Back to.
All right, the Falcons pick is in.
Falcons latest pick.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years, putting the most advanced technology into people's hands, generation after generation, tool after tool, again and again, bringing you the broadest and most reliable network of service dealers, always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
We're staring at a Yeti cooler that got burnt up in a house fire.
We rescued this off a boat fire.
Oh my God.
Drug under a trailer for like 20 miles.
Just pulled it out from there.
The Giants gave their
Nice to
89th overall pick
Oh, yeah. Still has the ice.
and their
It still
4th round
has ice.
selection
With ice intact.
to the Rams in exchange for them to trade up to the
Hats off to
73rd
Yeti.
overall spot
That's
to get
Yeti, all
Jalen
right.
Wyatt.
Barely a scratch. There's a new breed of hornet sweeping the nation.
They're so powerful and fast and unlike anything I've ever seen in my hometown life.
These hornets are not natural. They're engineered. They cannot be domesticated.
Are you picking this up?
Let me feel your sting.
Taking the country by swarm. The all-new Dodge Hornet.
You got a minute? How about all weekend? I'm a Miami hotel. I'm looking for a passionate lover of Art Deco elegance. Good times. Someone who likes it hot but knows how to keep their cool. This is you. Find me at Hotels.com.
The Atlanta pick is in. The Rams are the Browns also have the 98th pick, but the Chiefs actually have. I think the Chiefs are set to make 2 selections tonight. One of which was Rashee Rice, a wide receiver out of SMU. The other one was a first-round pick. His name is
That's fire. Okay, let me tell you what's fire. Conditioning. Everybody knows
Felix Adubuike Uzama. He's an edge rusher out of Kansas State. Here we go.
Except Peyton. I did the other 99 earlier.
Enough was enough.
We had to show Coach Bear how we can do it.
What's the best?
He's got potential. He's just old. You okay, man?
A bit better. All right, welcome back to Kansas City. About to get the Falcons pick and then a Patriots pick, and the Rams are on the clock right now. Ian, what do you have for us?
Rich, one of the biggest name players still on the board. Now, I would say somewhat of a surprise. Darnell Washington, the standout tight end from the University of Georgia, freakazoid athlete, 6'7". My understanding is there's a little bit of concern from teams about his knees. They were a little swollen at the combine, causing teams to maybe take a little bit of a greater look here. When a player of his incredible talent falls, sometimes medical is the reason why.
Single one of your best available would be a value pick right now, 75th overall. You can see the top 200 on Daniel Jeremiah's best available by Yeti, all 73 better.
With the 75th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select from the Ohio State University, Zach Harrison.
Here's a guy that was highly recruited.
Zach Harrison.
5 stars to a place that was pumping out defensive ends, right? You got Chase Youngs and the Bosa's. He didn't quite reach that level. However, in his last season, DJ, when you watch him on tape, he was in the backfield constantly. 33 pressures led the team, but he didn't fill up the stat sheet with those sacks. But I thought he embraced who he was. He just played physical and stout and strong. Almost all of his rushes this year were power rushes. I thought there were times early in his career where he was trying to be too cute, trying to be too finesse. This year, he just realized I'm 6'5", I'm 274 pounds, I've got 36.25-inch arms. I'm going to play the game physically in the run and the pass, and had a nice role in that Ohio State defense.
There's Arthur Smith handing the phone to the other Arthur. The blank.
All right, so New England.
To his latest Atlanta Falcon employee, I guess. Right?
Zach Harrison, edge rusher from OSU.
The colors of the Atlanta Falcons, that's for sure. So, the Patriots' latest draft.
I remember when the Falcons and the Patriots were in a Super Bowl.
Back from the podium. New England, as we all know, dropped down a bit in the first round, but still got Christian Gonzalez and then Keon White moments ago.
With the 76th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Marte Mapu, linebacker, Sacramento State. this is my favorite player.
Marte Mapu.
Entire draft. Really? So Marte Mapu, I didn't know anything about him when you flip the tape on. I'm watching the Sac State linebacker. He is so fluid, instinctive, and just makes plays.
He's a
He's what the
linebacker.
modern linebacker looks like in the NFL right now. He's almost 6'3". He's a little bit under 220 pounds.
He's from Sacramento State.
Everything you want in a linebacker right now. He has that versatility to match.
SpongeBob legal official says shave your beard. No, fuck you. I'm not gonna do that shit. I look like a child if I do.
Myself out there where I put him, and he ended up going in about that same exact range.
Don't forget, he came to the Senior Bowl from the NFLPA game. And again, most people didn't know about it, but he was a safety that converted to linebacker, which is exactly what we get a lot of in the NFL these days. He can break and run.
I love about the draft. Tennessee, Ohio State, Sac State.
Not gonna shave it. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Here's the Rams pick. Pretty fast.
With the 77th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young, linebacker, Tennessee.
CD, you're on a heater right now, buddy.
Here they come.
What?
It's nice to be able to be up here on this board and see
There's another. Oh, there are two Byron Youngs.
I think we overuse this term, guys, but in this case, I think it's apropos. His best football is ahead of him. Remember, he came out of high school, no one wanted him at all. He ends up becoming an assistant general manager at a dollar store. All right, was working his way up to manager. You know, it's kind of like Louis Anderson and Coming to America. Then I'll get on prize. That's where the big money is. But guess what? The big money.
There are two Byron Youngs in this draft.
Coming out of junior college, Georgia Military Institute. Comes off the edge, explosive.
Whose pick is in Green Bay at 78.
A lot of it is out there, and he really will be a big addition for the Los Angeles Rams. They try and hunt some people down in the NFC West.
What I love, DJ, is that with that background, right, and didn't have a ton of football. Here he is the last couple of years leading Tennessee in sacks and ends up being an all-SEC performer.
Sometimes you just have to say to a young man, sick him back, and he's one of those guys.
So Tennessee, Ohio State, Sac State, Tennessee.
Yes. I'm going to shout out to my amazing wife, Genesis Butler, and I love the Packer fans. Yeah, because they're one of the owners. That's the owners group. Shout out to Brian Gutekunst, the best GM. Guess what, Jordan Love? We got some more help for you.
Oh, wide receiver? Darnell Washington?
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft, tight end.
I was right about tight end.
Shout out to all the teachers in the world. I love you, teachers.
South Dakota State tight end Tucker Kraft. Two tight ends.
That's why Tucker Kraft is available at this point in time. But a normal draft, he goes in the second round. He's very big. He's very physical.
Tucker Kraft.
Not only as a blocker, but with the bonus hand.
Interesting.
He just refuses to go on the ground. He's 254 pounds, and he plays to that size, CD. This is the benefit of a deep class. You get value here with this pick.
Certainly do. And Joel, it's a quarterback. Getting those double tight ends, especially a quarterback with not a lot of experience, what does that bring you?
Well, great red zone production because you can occupy the middle of the field. This is a guy that had a lot of opportunities.
All right, the Colts are up next.
He stayed loyal there at South Dakota State. They ended up going on and winning it.
Dallas Goedert, Tucker Kraft, and by the way, they won it all last year.
The Colts are about to select the 79th pick.
So here comes the Indianapolis Colts, pick 79th overall. The Steelers are on the clock, 80th overall. We'll be caught up after this announcement.
Colts Nation, what's happening? All right. With the 79th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Josh Downs, wide receiver, North Carolina.
Josh Downs. Also, that guy looked like Shaquille O'Neal.
Antoine Randall L. That's what it reminded me of, seeing him with the Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day. Very instinctive and excellent.
North Carolina. The first North Carolina
but he creates so much separation and provided a lot of easy throws for a big-time quarterback. You see Sam Howell throwing the ball in this video. The quarterback he had this year, Drake May, is going to be a very high pick next year. He was the go-to guy. He tracks it beautifully.
Josh Downs, that's a decent pick.
From Zay Flowers, who we saw go last night. A really good player, really strong, Charles. Again, he's compact, he's short, but he's not light in terms of how he plays.
They've
Can he throw the ball like Randall L? TBD. Okay, we got to find that out because Anton Randall L was unbelievable as a quarterback.
He'll play the Devontae Smith role in this offense.
All right, Pittsburgh is up next, and then the Titans, the Bucks, the Seahawks, the Dolphins, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, Jaguars, Rams, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Panthers, and Cardinals are the next 15 picks.
One pick away from running through the whole NFC. Not if you run into them boys. You got more burgers than Raiders.
The Raiders are going to run this draft.
Hot take, Joe. Not as hot as our next pick.
Our season's on the clock. Our future's on the clock.
Pittsburgh is up next with the 80th pick in the draft. Oh, the Panthers just traded up with the Steelers. 13 spots. Now the Pittsburgh Steelers are picking at the 93rd spot. The Panthers are trading up 13 spots to pick at 80.
Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever assembled.
The monster, the outlaw, and you can't forget about the boss. Sometimes you just want to be your heroes. The Subway Series, the greatest menu of all time.
And Carolina's pick is in.
We're reinventing our network. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips.
Don't worry, you got at least.
Don't get too sandy now.
How many picks do we have left?
Wherever. Take a mental vacation.
102 is the last pick. So we have about 22 picks
Leave
left.
those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
Why did we choose Safeway? We're always working on a project while loading up our SUV. One extra push and crack. So we scheduled at Safeway.com. We were able to track our technician and knew exactly when he'd arrive. We could keep working. Safeway came to us.
Hi, I'm Kendrick.
Replaced our windshield and installed new wipers to protect our new glass. That's service on our time.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Keep up with every pick on NFL.com with the Draft Tracker presented by Lexus. Tracking the draft for you. That's what we do. We track things. And what we're tracking is that Carolina traded up to choose here the minute we hit the break. So Steelers out, Panthers in. That's how we're rolling. They traded up from
The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
The McCaffrey pick that they got from San Francisco. Okay. So this is a McCaffrey draft capital choice here in Kansas City.
Here's the Panthers pick.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded the 80th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, linebacker, Oregon.
DJ Johnson, an edge rusher from Oregon.
In Indianapolis, this one almost slipped under the radar. DJ Johnson ran 4.49 at 260 pounds. I feel like this has been the theme for the defensive linemen that have gone today. We've seen an unbelievable amount of edge rushers come off the board. We're seeing the upside rushers really go. This is one of those. 5 sacks this last year. Really explosive. He can get off the ball. That's his best trait.
that get off burst and quickness
That's number 7 right there, DJ Johnson.
Just needs to put together more of a repertoire, Charles. Put more moves together. There's development there.
He's an edge rusher from Oregon.
You have the size in the first. That's a good foundation to start with.
I think he.
Coaches get involved. A lot of coaches got involved and really like this young man.
The Titans are on the clock.
How many different places did you have DJ Johnson on your boards? Defensive end, linebacker, safety, tight end. He's played all over the place in his college career. Looks like he's going to settle in on the defensive line. If he keeps playing like you've seen him play lately, he's going to have an impact, and Carolina gets another good player. I think that's actually what hurt his production, his upside production, is that he was.
Kansas City has the 95th pick.
Florida, transferred to Oregon. By the way, back when you had to sit out a year, remember that? Old school.
Just making sure we don't have a compensatory pick.
What happened when you transferred in conference? Oh, that was that's 2 years. Right? Everyone's had when that's all out now. That's all out now. You just say, Rich, you can go over there. You can just go anywhere. NIL money, you can go from Michigan to Ohio State. No offense.
All right, the Titans pick is in, the 81st overall pick.
Analysis, stunning.
John kicked it on the fly. What are we gonna do? All right, the Titans are about to announce their pick. The Buccaneers are now on the clock.
The Bucs are on the clock.
And I'm going to help out the house band with their music choice. About damn time they should play that when the Niners are finally on the clock later on in this track. I'm just trying to produce and host.
You're on it.
You know. All right. So as we're listening to the Lizzo stylings, what do we got here for the Titans?
Well, when you look at the Titans, I'm just looking at what's still out there. And we've talked a little bit about Darnell Washington from Georgia. He is clearly the top player available. This has to be purely medically related, or he would have been long gone right now. That's the only one I have left in my top 50 on the offensive side of the ball. You flip it over to the defense, guys. Trenton Simpson from Clemson, the linebacker, who can absolutely fly.
Is Trenton Simpson is still on the board? So Ringo's still on the board. What? No fucking way.
Last time we heard from the Titans was a long time ago this evening when they traded up to get Will Levis to add to Peter Skoronski in their first round selection. So here comes
There's the Titans pick.
First and 2 that they'll make before we wrap up tonight.
Please welcome Super Bowl champion and NFL legend Jason McCourty.
Yes, Super Bowl champion, but also a co-host on the best sports morning talk show on TV. Good Morning Football! I have to say, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw Mahomes and Kelsey out here. I've had some fond memories here. I remember being at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018 when we won the AFC Championship game, and we went to the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes was one trophy short. Yes, I said it, I'm sorry. But now it's all about the Tennessee Titans, and we are the real team where the Houston Oilers started. You see me rocking it. Tennessee, the home of the best barbecue in the nation.
Oh, no. Shots fired. Oh, wow. You didn't do that.
Did I say something?
Oh, my gosh.
No, not true. No, I'll take it back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. But for the Titans, the division is ours. I don't care what Houston did yesterday. They're going to go get their Letterman jackets again. The Indianapolis Colts are 2-6 against the Titans since Pat McAfee came up here and did his wrestling announcement. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, they haven't had back-to-back winning seasons since I was a senior in high school.
Everybody catching smoke.
But now, for the 81st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Tajay Spears, running back from Tulane.
Tajay Spears?
Man, hard to follow that, but we're going to try it. We're going to check out this NFL player comparison presented by Ram Trucks. Tajay Spears, Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Why? The ability to do it all. Tajay Spears' size, everybody looks at him like a little guy. The last time we saw him was the Cotton Bowl, absolutely running USC into submission in that ball game with over 200 yards. Plus, can catch the ball in the backfield skillfully. How about Aaron Jones coming out of UTEP? A late round selection when he came out. He's turned into one of the better all-around backs in the NFL. We're good for 1,000 yards, and we'll catch the football as well.
Tampa Bay's pick is in for.
Introduction to that draft choice was going to run into the beginning of tomorrow's Good Morning Football.
Yeah, and it was half as long as Kyle Brandt last year. I'll tell you what. I absolutely loved it. McCourty killed it. And yes, we are the greatest studio show daily in the morning. Except we also love the Rich Johnson show. We love the Rich Johnson show too.
It's okay.
Here's the Bucks pick.
Thank you.
Ball 37 MVP.
That was going to be Mission Impossible. He was going to take off the mask, and Kyle was going to be underneath.
What's up, Buccaneers? What's up, Buccaneers? How you doing?
That's funny.
Fire those cannons. Fire those cannons. Okay. Okay. With the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby, linebacker, Louisville.
Yaya Diaby.
Yaya Diaby. He created a lot of buzz with his workout in the spring. Ran a 4.5.
He's an edge from Louisville.
3 pounds, long arms. Plays in that 3-man front at Louisville. A lot of slanting, a lot of moving, a lot of stunning. Really quick change of direction. Flashes a nice little shake bull move. It's moved to
Don't know who that is. I've heard of Tajay Spears before, but
In the third round, when we come back, the Seahawks will have their latest pick revealed. Dolphins, Chargers, Ravens still to come in a moment. Oh, there's Jason McCourty. Well done. Well done, Jason. We'll see you tomorrow. Unless you come back to do another pick.
Is a new title really necessary?
Sir, after bestowing the gift of renting ease to millions, a bump is in order.
Okay, let's see. Oh, hey, what's this?
Lord of the lease.
oh, the Broncos just traded with the Seahawks.
Renters.
That's funny. No.
Rentar.
The Broncos just traded it up.
I don't like it.
No, correct. Master of the rental sphere.
Seattle
No, is it too much?
just traded up from the.
Place to find a place.
USAA? Yeah, they have awesome rates on coverage for our car, home, and stuff.
They just traded all the way from the 4th round.
But USAA
That's what
also
it
has
looks
banking,
like.
credit cards, and loans. Plus advice and other perks.
Only for emergencies. Thanks, Mom.
And it's all in one spot. So we know she's all set. Because we've got USAA.
USAA, more than you might think, for the military community and their families.
No, where did Seattle go?
Affordable design, endless possibilities. IKEA. Affordable design, endless possibilities. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you want, like a vintage turntable, so you can get back into life.
Nice choice.
And 2% cash back on what you need.
The Broncos just traded up with the Seattle Seahawks.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. That's real life credit.
We don't know the trade details just yet. I don't know where they.
At Amica, your coverage always comes with compassion.
I'm just glad to know you're both okay.
Hey, everybody, please take out your camera and shoot the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to the Run Rich Run donation page, runrichrun.pledget.org. Every dollar that I'm raising through my latest run, which you'll see tomorrow, behold tomorrow. I should use the word behold when I refer to me running on television. in my suit. Every dollar goes to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to make sure families never see a bill when their children go to St. Jude to get well. And it'll be great for you to please donate, and then please stay tuned tomorrow to watch what we did at the Rose Bowl a couple of weeks ago.
The Broncos just traded up with the Seattle Seahawks, but we don't know the trade compensation just yet. The Denver Broncos are about to pick.
The Broncos traded into this spot just as we were going to break with the Seahawks. Here's the Broncos selection.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 83rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL
Russell
Draft,
Wilson.
the Denver Broncos select Riley Moss, defensive back, Iowa.
Riley Moss.
That's what I was waiting to hear, how they would announce him, as a corner or as a safety. I think he can hold up at safety. I believe that's what he's going to play at the next level. Excuse me, corner. I believe he'll play corner at the next level. Look, he struggled against Marvin Harrison. But Joel, you know, everybody struggled against Marvin Harrison, so I'm not going to hold that against them. But this is a
I think the
player who
Colts
made tons of
go take.
plays on the ball at 21.
All right, so Miami is up next.
And he's very tough. I think the toughness is why some people have said, oh, he's just going to move back to safety. We saw at the Senior Bowl CD, this dude can play corner.
Yeah, there's no question about it, Joel. You got to see it many times during your time covering the Big Ten.
Miami's pick is in.
Once again, just go ahead and say it. He's a white kid playing corner, and people want to dig him for that. They want to say he has to play safety. His speed, his quickness, his toughness, his ball skills, he is going to play cornerback. Remember when McCaffrey came out and was playing running back? We want to dig him for that. That's long gone. The same thing's going to happen here with Riley Moss. How he can play. Well, they certainly
Look at that. Look at that footwork.
Tomorrow's draft and a third round next year. Wow, get him.
With the 84th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Devon Achane, running back, Texas A&M.
Devin Achane.
This shouldn't be a surprise. Big time track speed going to Miami. If they aren't fast enough already, they just got even faster.
He's a running back from Texas A&M. So I think the next running back that's going to be selected is Dwayne McBride out of UAB.
I don't think he's going to be a high volume guy, Joel, but to me, he's going to hit home runs.
Yeah, probably doesn't have the size to be a high volume guy, but he was the only Power 5 player this last year to score a touchdown.
All right, so the Chargers are up next.
Return man, so he's got that versatility, and the speed is just undeniable on the outside. It's the head coach right there. In his mind, he's drawing up plays for him right now. He can already.
I forgot the Dolphins drafted Cam Smith. All right, so the Chargers at 85, they have submitted their pick. Their pick is in.
Union Station has been remade into a draft hall in Kansas City. We are here all day tomorrow for rounds 4 through 7, and we're heading towards the room right in the middle of our third round tonight, the final round of day 2. The Los Angeles Chargers are now picking next with the Ravens and Vikings right behind them. Send things to our stage for the latest pick for the Los Angeles Chargers.
With the 85th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Deion Henley, linebacker, Washington State.
Deion Henley.
Lost Drew Tranquil to the Kansas City Chiefs right here in the offseason. They brought in Eric Kendricks in free agency. And now they add a really
Is he a linebacker? Yep, he's a linebacker.
Transfer from Nevada. He's got
Washington State.
and he can blitz. He's an excellent blitzer with 5 sacks this last year. Also an outstanding gunner on punt. He's going to excel in that role on special teams.
All right, so who's at 86? The Ravens. The Ravens are at 86, unless they trade.
Let's take a break. The Ravens are currently on the clock, making their latest pick. Vikings and Jaguars behind them here in Kansas City. Night 2 of the NFL Draft.
The 2023 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon, the network America relies on.
Ravens didn't even have a second-round pick. They haven't submitted their pick yet.
Being all over, all of
They're still on the clock.
But my old network wasn't cutting it. And that's not good for me, for judging or writing. So I switched to Verizon, the network businesses rely on. With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and
Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson getting the bag, securing the bag and all assets and all aspects.
That's why we got an app that lets you build an instant quote, reorder your favorites, and track your MVP's pro rewards.
I think he's being paid $52 million a year now.
Get it done and move on to the next. You got this. We got you.
Breakout night watching sports at Dave & Buster's. How's it feel?
I just never imagined I'd be here watching on a 40-foot screen and to do it with my old man in the crowd. Special.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's. Experience the magic of wireless charging with the Hyundai Tucson.
You know, Fords have that too. Oh my God, they're about to lose out on their pick. Oh, never mind, they got it in. They got it in. The Baltimore Ravens beat the clock. Hendon Hooker was selected by the Detroit Lions, which is interesting. Kansas City picks 95th overall, so we got a ways to go.
The last 10 picks right here on your screen. Ian Rappaport, what do you have for us?
Let's listen to the situation surrounding Tajay Spears, who the Tennessee Titans took at number 81. Early in his career, tore his ACL, then retore in 2020. So that's 2 ACL tears. Went to the combine, and sources say tests revealed a full thickness cartilage loss and no ACL in his knee. No ACL plus arthritis. That means it is unclear how long he is going to be able to go. Is he going to be a one-contract guy? Is he going to be similar to Jay Ajayi, of course, who's with the Dolphins and Eagles? As of now, it is unclear. We will see how he ends up. That is what is going on with
He has 0 ACL. Ooh, the San Francisco 49ers just jumped up. I'm not sure with who, but I wasn't paying attention.
All right, so the Ravens pick is in, and hey, Niners fans, get ready. Your team just traded up to 87th on the clock. Here we go.
To announce the Baltimore Ravens selection, please welcome two-time Super Bowl champion and NFL legend, Torrey Smith.
I remember this dude.
Baltimore, what's going on? I'm not going to sit here and troll y'all like Jason did about the Titans. He's a little delusional, but y'all know what's going on in Baltimore. Eric DeCosta has been cooking this week, and it's on. With the 86th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Trenton Simpson, linebacker, Clemson.
There he is. Him and Roquan Smith.
Draft concludes, and he's going to the Baltimore Ravens, and he's joining Roquan Smith on the team.
They know something about linebackers in that organization.
The 49ers just traded up with the Minnesota Vikings. They traded up with the Vikings for the 87th selection.
At the second level, the range, you see it. The speed is legit. Low 4.4. You can
My screen froze. I have to
I
Here.
thought when you could free him up, get him outside the box a little bit, when he can see better, see clearly, that's where he was at his best.
All right. San Francisco. Your pick is in.
Baltimore's going to be able to cut him loose in that area, Joel.
He's a bit of a Swiss Army knife in that regard, and that's a defense for Clemson that jumps in and out of a lot of different things. They'll run odd front, 3 defensive linemen. They'll run even front, 4 defensive linemen. Then all of a sudden they'll be in bear defense, 5 defensive linemen. And in and out of that stuff, he had to do a lot for them, and I think that's why his production maybe was minimized a bit.
Wonderful scene right there. Congratulations to that young man. He's going to Baltimore to play his football in the NFL. All right. Closing in on 7 hours of draft time between last night and tonight. And the 49ers have finally joined this draft party.
Niner fans, what's up? We waited a long time. We finally got our pick. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 87th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. And with our first selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the 87th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jair Brown, DB, Penn State. Audrey Grace, I love you. Let's go Niners!
Jair Brown was my top safety in this class. High character, outstanding leadership.
Jair Brown.
The comparison.
Went to Penn State?
He did not run as fast. He ran 4.65. If he ran in the low 4.5s, I think he goes early in the second round. Underneath coverage, his eyes work, CD. He gets underneath, makes plays on the ball. You can put him in the deep middle of the field. The range to me was of someone who ran or plays much faster than that 40 time, and he will come down and he will hit you both as a blitzer and in run support.
And who does he remind you of on the 49ers right off the top? Hufanga, because of the same type of characteristics. Joel, Hufanga didn't run a great time. Right. People overlooked him coming out of school, didn't realize that the instincts, the savvy, the understanding of the game.
Definitely a solid replacement for Jimmy Ward. I'm not sure if Emmanuel Mosley is still on the Niners, but this is a solid replacement for Jimmy Ward.
Over the top, Jair Brown making plays on the football. Those two played together at Lackawanna Junior College.
Jacksonville's pick is in.
At the junior college. They call him Tig because as a kid, he was just so high energy. He was bouncing around like Tigger, and it stuck. Jair Brown reminds me a lot of Jordan Fuller from Ohio State a couple of years ago, and that maybe he's not the highest draft pick, although third round is pretty darn good. I think he's a day one starter. Does his mom say backup for Bruce Springsteen? No, but his mom is, I was at it more time. She is a wonderful woman.
Gotta jump in here because we're gonna take a break. Because we're staying here for the Jaguars.
Like the Jaguars are going to be back this year. Check them out. With the 88th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn.
We're going to tank to Duval.
Decisive runner. Excellent after the
They
catch.
take Tank Bigsby out of Auburn.
Traffic. You see contact. His feet do not go dead. He's able to really
I love Rich Eisen's reaction. Like, okay, we're gonna take a break, and then like they're about to announce the pick, and I'm like, we're not taking a break anymore.
The speed to bounce. 4.56 was the 40. He's plenty fast enough. He's got that.
They took Luke Musgrave, and then they took another tight end, but I don't remember his name. But it wasn't Darnell Washington. I swear to God, if Darnell Washington is out of the third round, then something must be wrong.
That's not there. Let's just take it and go. Shoulders downhill, straight ahead, north south. He's a fun player to watch. He falls into that status of the more you watch.
They have Snoop Connor. They have Tank Bigsby.
Shad Khan applauding. There's Doug Peterson along with the rest of the brass.
But you still want his name to be Norm, don't you?
The Rams are up next.
Got the Jaguar colors from the fountain. Come on, Jack.
They have that cup of water here.
We love you. I love showing your draft picks live on NFL Network.
We're reinventing our network.
With smarter, more efficient routes.
so you can deliver more value to your customers.
Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service.
The Los Angeles Rams are the worst Super Bowl reigning team ever.
Does he not dip his nuggets in sauce?
These don't even need sauce.
Rams pick is in, 89th overall.
You've never had nuggets like these. That's finger looking good.
Oh, your granddaughter's gonna love that when she graduates from boot camp. Only has 3 weeks left. She's a third-generation sailor.
Sailor? Make sure she joins USAA. They have auto, home, renters, life insurance. They even have a bank.
Oh, my family loves USAA. We've been members for 40 years. But you can keep trying, though.
89th notable player selected, 89th overall. 1996 wide receiver Terrell Owens from the Niners. All right, so after this pick, I'm gonna have to stand up.
It means you're gonna need more Tide. See? More likes.
Oh my God, is that Vine? Is that Vine?
It's a mess out there. That's why there's 85% more Tide in every power pod.
Rise and shine with GMFB.
That was fun to watch.
Oh, I love football. Get your morning started with football, friends, and a whole lot of fun. Oh, they clicked. See you tomorrow, fam. Good Morning Football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network.
NFL Players' Choice is back.
I started.
This is Stephon Diggs. This is Aaron Jones. We're picking the games and shows that we want you to see. So follow us with it.
NFL Players' Choice returns May 16th on NFL Network.
All right, after the Rams pick, I'm gonna have to, pee and then go.
Great storylines. Rivalry game just the way we like it. All eyes on the quarterback. It's a true revenge game. Let's go! Leaps him in, and it's caught.
That Bills-Bengals game is supposed to be the division championship game. Let's see when they schedule it. It's probably going to be May 11th.
Welcome back to Kansas City. Peter Schrager, take us in as the Rams' latest picks about to be announced.
Rams pick. Real quick on the New York Giants. They entered this evening. Heard about the Eagles all day yesterday and how they crushed the draft. John Michael Schmitz was the guy they wanted. Jalen Hyatt was the guy they wanted. They almost took Hyatt where they took the center in the second round. They wasted the third. They get it. That's a relationship with Josh Heupel that Joe Shine had, the head coach now, which Heupel was over at Oklahoma. Shine was a young scout. They've been buddies ever since. He called him up and said, "Is this dude Hyatt the real deal?" He is. They get their guy. They get a center and a wide receiver on day 2.
So, thank you for that, Peter. It's now time for the
All right, here's the Rams pick.
Am I reading into something?
89th overall pick.
We gave the Eagles too much love yesterday.
Dallas is up next.
With the 89th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Kobe Turner, defensive tackle, Wake Forest.
Kobe Turner.
Second non-combine player to be picked. Hoffman was the first. Kobe Turner.
He's a defensive tackle from Wake Forest. Okay. Dallas is up next, I believe. Unless they...
Are they loose? Can they bend the edge? This is a real loose athlete along the interior. Power-wise, wanted to see a little more consistency there. I think that's going to come with getting stronger, but very quick. He's going to play on the other side of the line of scrimmage, and if you want to learn how to play that position a little bit undersized, I guess maybe Aaron Donald could be a pretty good guy to watch. Remember, coming from Richmond, jumped up in classification of football. Wake Forest used to turning out pitchers and catchers and runners. They're starting to get some big guys that are getting involved as well. And I know they say in Los Angeles, guys, whose house? Rams' house? Yeah, so this is a guy who says, nobody comes in our house and pushes us around. And here we got Kobe Turner helping set the line of scrimmage for the Rams.
The Cowboys' latest pick. It's time to see what the Joneses are shaking hands about.
Dallas Cowboys selection.
Oh, their pick is in. That was fast.
All right, thank you. Y'all don't know, I used to be a Kansas City Chiefs fan growing up back in the day. Until I was blessed to become a Dallas Cowboy. with the 90th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Davarion Overshawn, linebacker from Texas.
I was just talking about him.
So close. DeMarvion Overshown from Texas. There we go.
Right neighborhood, wrong house.
He was in the neighborhood. There's no doubt about it. Overshown is a long, rangy defender. Changed positions a couple different times in Texas. And DJ, I thought he was affected most by the number of defensive coordinators he had to play under. There were changing defenses every single year, but when he showed up with athleticism and range.
As a former safety play linebacker,
DeMarvion Overshown.
I thought he was outstanding as a spy. So if you're in a division, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, maybe is there an athletic quarterback where somebody that knows how to spy that quarterback and cut down angles and close down space? That might come in handy. Well,
Bill's pick is in.
Just the athletic one. You had the big one. And Daniel Jones over in New York. Move too. I mean, Daniel Jones is an integral part of their run game. So a guy who's able to be on his feet, track those quarterbacks, and make those plays in open space becomes increasingly valuable in their division.
I think, though, CD, they might be a little more focused on the Philadelphia Eagles and the roster.
Not saying that they're not, but in the division, they'll have to play them twice. So I just thought I'd throw it out there. Plus, Daniel just got a lot of money, so you might want to cut him down.
What a beautiful scene that is right there. As the memorial is lit up Bills colors here in Kansas City.
Here's the Bills pick, 91st overall.
Entrepreneur Josh Richard. Yo, what is up, Bills Mafia? Okay, Kansas City, chill with the booing, all right? I got a lot of love for you, too. You got some of the best barbecue in America, all right? You guys did win the Super Bowl last year, led by Patrick Mahomes. But that was last year, this is this year, all right? This draft pick in my hands can help Josh Allen and the boys go to the Super Bowl and win it all. So without further ado, with the 91st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dorian Williams, linebacker, Tulane. Let's go!
Don't forget, you got to put those pants back in the drawer after Labor Day. Dorian Williams from Tulane. Everything's an evaluation.
Rules are made to be broken these days.
It's kind of like when you're reviewing a play, everything's reviewable.
Everything's reviewable.
When you're announcing a pick, everything's evaluable. Tell me about this Tulane.
Dorian Williams is fast. He ran under 4.5. He had 4 sacks.
Ooh, we just traded up. We just traded up with the Bengals. Interesting.
A couple footballs this year with 2 interceptions. Can really run, can really redirect. And again, another one. I think this is a trend. I believe this is a trend.
Okay. Kansas City's picking. Kansas City is picking.
Linebackers, you want these guys to be excellent on teams, and he is 300 plus tackles in his career.
He knows how to get it done, and he can spy as well. I mean, you can be in that role as well. 208 of them against USC in the Cotton Bowl. But the last thing, don't forget, Terrell Edmonds is gone. So Matt Milano needs a running mate next to him. Dorian Williams could very well be that.
Kansas City is trading up with the Bengals. Okay, let's see what we get here. I mean, we got our big-time wide receiver. Jalen Hyatt is off the board, and our pick is in.
Steelers are on the clock right now after that. What do you think the Chiefs like right here? What they need, or what do you got for me?
They've got a pass rusher and a DJ Usama. They've got a receiver and Bryce. They were talking tight end at some point.
All right. Our pick is in.
What about the right tackle?
I want to see what we do here.
That direction as well. The tackle board. You've got Jadon Duncan. I've got
This has been a pretty decent draft. This has been a pretty good draft for Kansas City at the moment.
You also have, we're talking about tight end. I mean, obviously, Washington's still up there. Now, we'll see where they are with comfort with the medical with him. But when you're the Kansas City Chiefs and the roster's ready to complete, if you want to take a flyer, take a little bit of a risk, why not? Do whatever they want.
So the celebration is going on here, and tomorrow is supposed to be a beautiful sunny day.
Somebody has a Creed Humphrey jersey. That's fucking amazing. I love Creed Humphrey. Please don't draft the center. Okay, the only thing you guys should draft, I think we should draft a tackle. We need to go get I don't even know who's available. Just draft a fucking tackle. Here we go. Oh, hello. He's got some special guests. Got 5 people out here.
To help make the Kansas City Chiefs selection, we are honored to have with us the family of fallen hero Master Sergeant Bernard Dagon of the Kansas Army National Guard.
But isn't this in Missouri?
Master Sergeant Dagon was killed in action while on tour in Afghanistan on September 15, 2006. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the
That's
loss
not why
of
it's
a
called
military loved
TAPS.
one. I'm now going to turn this over to Craig, who will announce the pick in honor of his dad. Craig?
Please let it be a tackle.
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanye Morris, tackle from Oklahoma.
We got a tackle! Let's go! Solid draft right now. We didn't get DeJuan Jones, though. I know he's still available. But we got Wanya Morris from Oklahoma. We got a fucking tackle. Let's go. Great pick.
In the run game, he can reach a cutoff on the backside. I thought he was better on the backside than on the front side. He'll give a little bit of ground versus power, but he's a very good athlete. He can redirect. I think there's a lot to work with, and they have a great offensive line coach. They're going to have a great opportunity.
Wanya Morris. Thank God we're drafting positions of need. We filled wide receiver. We filled edge. We filled tackle. We're doing great. We're doing great right now.
If Wanye Morris's name sounds familiar,
Wanye Morris.
actually is named after the Boyz II Men star. His dad helped his mom name him when he was born. Huge Boyz II Men fan. That is why his name is Wanye Morris.
Look at Ian adding that information. So hard to say goodbye. Well, we got a few more picks. We're going to be at the end of the road here, boys. Ian, will you go to the stage and request a Boyz II Men song? I mean, they must have a few.
All right, Pittsburgh's pick is in. Wanye Morris. I love this draft so far.
Are they reflections of us? If it's somebody else, we've taken a right turn instead of a left. Or if we've taken the place of the hot tub. Or the one uptown. Downtown. Would we be fabulous or fantabulous? Yes, we sure could. With Apartments.com's multitudes of listings, our possibilities and yours are truly multitudinous. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
When you stay at a Verbo, you always get the whole home. Not part of it, but the whole upstairs, the whole downstairs, the whole fridge, and the whole secret nap room. Because is it really a vacation home if you have to share the house with the host? Only with Verbo.
Experience the magic of a digital key with the Hyundai Tucson.
Tonight on NFL Total Access, the first day of the
Yep,
draft,
we filled a need.
the second day of the draft,
We're filling needs
selection and
in these first 2 days. Let's see what we do.
Total Access, your headquarters for rounds 2 and 3 tonight after the draft.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash.
Of course, Hulu wants to put their fucking ads right here.
So you can get back
That way I missed the fucking pick. I don't know. Hulu's a bitch.
Like a new needle for your record player.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. First last is right here. It says Nat Peterson. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. It's incidental 41. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry.
Stacked with honey ham, smoked turkey, and slow-smoked brisket. It's one of our meatiest subs ever.
We got like 10 picks left. The Steelers have their pick.
So at Firehouse Subs, we don't just make subs. We make subs that are big, bold, and craveable.
Nat Peterson is not real. Nat Peterson is not real. And you can't convince me otherwise because, you know, you're an idiot. I can't listen to an idiot.
Welcome back to
Oh.
Kansas City.
Ooh. Darnell Washington is still on the board. Ringo's still on the board. Adebo War. I'm surprised Adebo War wasn't picked here. I'm surprised Adebo War. Henry To'o was still available. Nick Herbig.
Joey Porter Jr. was the first name off the board tonight, and then Keanu Benton was the latest.
Here's the Steelers pick. Nat Peterson isn't real. Jimmy Gus isn't real. None of those people are real.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Darnell Washington.
Yeah, he's off the board. He's off the board.
Darnell Washington's finally off the board. He's my 33rd overall player. They just added.
He's a tight end from Georgia.
Who's a more explosive version of Mercedes Lewis. And Steeler fans, just go watch Georgia play last year and watch Darnell Washington line up next to Broderick Jones. And watch
The dude isn't real. It's probably some incidental that you probably don't even know about. Nat Peterson isn't real. Jimmy Gus isn't real. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. I can't.
Get him on the ground. A big body target. That is this athleticism for a guy who functions as a sixth offensive lineman. Nobody's going to want
The Steelers picked a tight end.
Another one here, Joel.
I honestly thought the Steelers would pick him right here.
Well, he would have had a lot more production in the pass catching game if it wasn't for Brock Bowers. You know, they played in that 12
The Arizona Cardinals pick is in at 94.
Because they could power you in the run game as Washington was lined up as the sixth offensive lineman, and they could.
And now the Bengals are picking at 95.
Be a much more productive pass catcher in the NFL, actually, because Bowers won't be there to steal his catches.
This will tell you about Georgia. I called one of their.
I think Washington is going to be one of those rotational guys.
He's not in this draft. I go, no, the other. That's exactly right. So,
I think Darnell is going to be a rotation guy for the Steelers. All right, so let's see who the Cardinals pick at 94.
with the 94th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Michael Wilson, wide receiver, Stanford.
Knowing that they're going to get rid of DeAndre Hopkins, Michael Wilson? That's his name?
Absolutely. And just remember, the biggest knock on Michael Wilson is
He's a wide receiver from Stanford.
has not been able to stay on the field. Joel, every time you're getting ready for a ball game, you have to check
Interesting.
was he going to be available? Because you knew if he was, you would see what I believe is a lead route running. I think you see a guy get deep for the
That's a guy I didn't really
well built. This is a tough kid. And by the way, we had a chance, Joel, Daniel and I, to see TJ Hushmanzada at the Senior Bowl. And he's been training this kid. He loves it. Could he absolutely rave about a kid?
All right, the Cleveland Browns have the 98th pick. So they picked a wide receiver. They picked Cedric Tillman out of Tennessee. So they have a few wide receiver options they can go for. Cedric Tillman,
Lions pick, and as soon as
the kid from Oklahoma, I forget his name, Michael Woods. Michael Woods, Amari Cooper.
And make the next pick after the Bengals.
The Bengals are in. So now, after this, we get compensatory picks.
They're going to choose 96th overall. But first, let's get the 95th overall selection. The commissioner coming to the stage with another guest here on Draft Night with a military story to tell.
This is technically the last pick in the third round, but
To help make the Cincinnati Bengals selection, we are honored to have retired U.S. Army Colonel Lynn Rolfe Jr. with us, who proudly served our nation as an officer and Army civilian for more than 4
NFL gives a shit about their Army. What's going on here? Kings force a Game 7 against the Warriors.
Vietnam War, which ended for U.S. troops 50 years ago in 1973. We salute him and all veterans of the
The war didn't exactly end until 1975, so I think the war was like 10 years. I think it was been 10. They're chanting USA.
Well, Commissioner, thanks. I'd like to thank you and the NFL and our VFW for allowing me to represent over 2 million men and women who served in Vietnam. But especially we need to remember and never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy.
And the ones that got spit on when they did come home. So Vietnam vets were not treated well when they came home.
And now for my homies back in southeastern Indiana.
Do not say
And the
homies.
Houday fans out there.
Do not say homies ever again, I swear to God.
With the 95th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jordan Battle, defensive back.
Ooh! Jordan Battle! Alabama. Alabama safety Jordan Battle.
The athleticism, the twitch, it's okay. It's not elite, but it's the instincts.
I knew he would be a third-round pick. I had a gut feeling.
They get great jumps both against the pass and against the run. This guy's ready to roll, CD. This is a team in Cincinnati that lost 2 safeties in free agency.
All right, so now we get into compensatory draft picks. The first one is Detroit. Their pick is in. I know the Detroit Lions ended up with a compensatory pick last year, and last year they ended up picking Kirby Joseph. He's one of those corners. So who do they pick?
So as I mentioned, the Detroit Lions must really want who they traded back into the third round to go get, because they traded 3 picks tomorrow to do this.
With the 96th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Roderick Martin, defensive tackle, Western Kentucky.
Roderick Martin.
There were some intriguing defensive tackles who did not get combine invites. Roderick Martin, another one of those. We've seen them come right off the board here. Quick hands. He's got a great club swim move.
It's from Western Kentucky.
Chuck blocks there at the line of scrimmage. Plays some defensive end as well. You see that pure bull rush that he possesses.
not elite burst or get off, but someone who's 330 plus pounds who plays with tremendous power and strength.
You like his Auburn tape, didn't you?
Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, that's the one that got everybody's attention.
So the Detroit Lions take Broderick Martin, the defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky, and that leaves them with just 2 picks tomorrow. They front-loaded their draft.
Washington's pick is in.
Commanders, then the Browns, 49ers, Raiders, Niners, and Vikings to wrap up tonight.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd.
What really surprised me today was the Lions picking Hendon Hooker.
Special offers.
I mean, who else is on the board?
Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
For pros like Cam Jordan, confidence is a game changer. Just like doctors all over the world, Cam trusts Invisalign aligners to improve his winning smile.
My confidence is at an all-time high.
Invis is trusted by the pros.
All right, so all the big board guys
Holy moly, all these guys. This Walter Payton
have been selected.
sure does. I mean, just look at them. This one here, we got a big pile of them here. Yeehaw, Cowboys do. The Offensive Player of the Year does. Super Bowl champions do. Boom! It's a Circapalooza. Turns out 80% of NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed to help improve their energy and recovery. It's game-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Electric Dream Days are here. Come in now and experience the intense thrills and incredible offers on any of 5 Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles, including 2 years complimentary charging and prepaid maintenance. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. But hurry, these Dream Days are only here until June 5th. Admit it. You use my Old Spice body wash.
I'm not letting hotel soap near my skin. It's the lavender meant for me. Get that.
Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash. Tomorrow at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Look at that.
The show hosts take on the gamblers.
Unbelievable.
All right, so the Commanders. Lions took Broderick Martin, a defensive tackle from Western Kentucky.
NFL Players' Choice is back. What's up? This is Max Crosby.
This is Stephon Diggs. This is Aaron Jones.
We're picking the games and shows that we want you to see. So
NFL Players' Choice returns May 16th on NFL Network.
The NFL Draft Concert Series presented by Bud Light continues tonight right after the conclusion of the 3rd round as Motley Crue takes the stage. The performance will be streamed in full on NFL.com/Draft Concert Series and live on NFL Facebook and YouTube. And rumor has it, I don't know if we have an in-truck camera, but rumor has it, our fearless leader and producer, Mark Teitelman, is producing tonight's NFL Draft coverage, rocking a Motley Crue t-shirt.
I believe in the rumor. I believe in the rumor. That's 100% accurate.
Oh, that's not the truck. Okay. That would be great if Ron Rivera is rocking a Motley Crue t-shirt. But we are seeing the Commanders draft room. And here comes the latest pick from Washington, D.C.
All right, who do they pick?
With the 97th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ricky Stromberg, center, Arkansas.
Ricky Stromberg.
This was a popular
Interesting.
player for offensive line coaches in the middle rounds. They think he can become a starting center. He's got lateral quickness. He's going to get ground versus power, but he doesn't slow. It's not immediate loss, and you can survive with that style. He's really good with angles. He's good on combo blocks.
All right, he's a center from Arkansas. So now we go to the 2020 resolution, whatever picks. The 98th pick through the 102nd pick. So the 49ers
believe
No,
he's
Cleveland
everything
is
you need
scheduled
be starting center in
to
the
start
NFL.
right now.
He's going to a big boy division in the NFC East where you're going to have to move some people and try and spring your runners. But remember, he played for Sam Pittman at Arkansas, right? Where did Sam Pittman
Cleveland's pick is in.
Georgia offensive line coach. That started that run of these Georgia offensive linemen, and now hit Arkansas doing the exact same thing. He only had one Power 5 offer, one, and then rolled in and started 11 games as a true freshman. So in other words, the evaluation wasn't very good out there, was it?
All right, the Cleveland Browns drafted Cedric Tillman, wide receiver, Tennessee, with their first pick of the draft earlier tonight in the 3rd round. Now,
with the 98th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Siaki Ika, defensive tackle, Baylor.
Oh, I like him. Siaki Ika.
If only he could come on and hug the commish like Danny did in his lava.
Oh, yeah, that you talk about going to see the chiropractor. Knockback power from Siaka Ika. He began his career at LSU, transferred to Baylor as a nose tackle at that size. His surprising range to make plays outside the tackle box. You get down at short yardage, you get in goal line situations, that's where you're really going to feel its value. A true nose as a pass rusher, there hasn't been a lot there. There's some upside, but he's going to do what he does best, which is get his hands on you and try and walk you right back to
All
the
right,
quarterback.
so the 49ers, they're picking at 99.
A defensive tackle, wrapping up their night. And now the San Francisco 49ers pick is in, pick number 99 in this draft. We're getting close to the end of this night. Let's go to the podium now for the 49ers. Pick 99.
Troy's getting his steps in, isn't he?
With the 99th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jake Moody, kicker.
Oh my God! They picked Jake Moody. They picked the kicker. Jake Moody. This dude is a dog. They're gonna love him. When Robbie Gould leaves, they're gonna start Jake Moody. I love Jake Moody. Jake.
Well done, San Francisco. Well done indeed. Look at that. Kicking it from the middle of Arizona.
So Robbie Gould's replacement right there.
Robbie Gould is an excellent kicker, but yeah, I'm clapping for you. You clap for me. Let's clap for all of us. Well done. Well done. And Jed York. Yeah. Michigan players can be Niners too, Mr. Golden Domer. Thank you, sir. Well done. Roll your break. We'll be right back.
The 100th pick. The Las Vegas Raiders.
I got a big old bowl for $5. It's got mac and cheese and chicken and cheese. I got a big old bowl for $5. Woo!
KFC's $5 mac and cheese bowl is back. Get yours in classic or spicy.
Lowe's knows the most powerful tool in your toolbox is an app that saves you time and money. That's why we got an app that lets you build an instant quote, reorder your favorites, and track your MVP's pro rewards. It works hard so you can stay on the job, get it done, and move on to the next. You got this, and we got you.
Rumor has it you're considering a trade to leave the booth for the bar.
Listen, Nikki, I'm always looking for the best opportunity to watch, but I'm just focused on getting the next round. And beers. Yeah.
Get a power card with an entree only at Dave & Buster's.
Remember, Cleveland also has a 4th-round pick.
We all have something we love. A passion. Could be our job. Travel. Sports. It could be anything. But here's the thing. If you follow it, wherever it takes you, you'll always find what you're looking for.
NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content.
That's what I dreamed about. It's finally time.
Plus expert analysis.
He can do it all.
And behind-the-scenes access all off-season.
Just trying to build that consistency.
NFL Plus. Get it all for $4.99 this off-season.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Just one pick away, baby.
One pick, and we can take the North.
One pick away.
One pick, and we can take the North.
Tonight, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Fuck you.
Nos puede llevar al Super Bowl.
The Raiders pick is in at 100.
Expect they'd be sending their kids to college back to back to back. Yvette and Carly knew their neighborhood needed a plant shop, but weren't sure they could make it happen. Jason never thought being a homeowner before.
Ooh, what if the Raiders went and got a double war? He's a great defensive tackle.
Sometimes doing more than you thought possible just takes a few people who know you can. KeyBank opens doors.
What are you hiding, Peter?
Spidey out there, thanks. All right, we're back here. Daniel Jeremiah's Best Available, presented by Yeti. I don't know, have we determined that these are keeping the picks cool or warm?
Ringo has not been selected yet.
I said soup. I was hoping it was soup and keeping it nice and warm, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. Yetis can do anything you want.
I understand. I'm just asking.
Remember when aluminum foil was the original Yeti?
All right, let's
Here's the Raiders pick.
Here. Definitely getting steps in, didn't he?
With the 100th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Tucker, wide receiver, Cincinnati.
Speed.
A wide receiver.
Here with Trey Tucker. Plays in the slot, lots of bubble screens, jet sweeps, just get the ball in his hands and let him go. Outstanding burst. He's tough with the football in his hands. He can beat press coverage with his quickness. Run after catch is what this offense is all about with Josh McDaniels. One of the reasons why they obviously love having Devontae Adams for what he can do after the catch, as well as Hunter Renfrow. They've got another one now with the ball in his hands. He's excellent.
All right. San Francisco's pick is in.
Kick return as well. So you get some versatility, you get some depth, potentially on specials. I think that's where he's going to have to show out early in camp in order to earn that spot. 3 special teams tackles. He can cover kicks as well.
All right, so that's your Raiders' first 4.
They got that 98th pick from the Vikings hiring Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah as their GM.
Wound up with a Trey Tucker right there. I don't know. I mean, this is such an anticlimactic pick from the 49ers. I don't know how you top their last
Kicker from Michigan.
They will have to try.
Quinn Nordine? No?
Good one.
That's just
With the 101st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Cameron Latu, tight end, Alabama.
Okay. The only question I have is why? Why would you draft a tight end when you have a generational one in George Kittle? I don't know why I was blanking on the name.
Later in the year as he got healthier, saw a better version of him in this offense. There are times
I like Cam Latu.
That's one area he can improve on.
They know how to scout tight ends there in San Francisco. I'm going to trust them on this one.
I look down at your phone. It's
I don't like that pick. Oh, Minnesota's pick is in.
Going to be a neat call for the kid from Alabama. All right, the final pick of tonight. It is Minnesota's pick. They traded down as the Niners traded up for their first choice of the night for Jair Brown. And now here come the Vikings to wrap up night 2 and send us into our weekend here in
Please welcome a running back honored as one of the 50 greatest Vikings, NFL legend Robert Smith.
Hey, it's great to be here tonight. I just want to dedicate this pick in the memory of some Viking greats that we've lost here recently. Longtime member of the personnel department, Frank Gilliam, earlier in the year, Bud Grant, coach, of course. It's hard to believe it's been 5 years. Freddie Zamberletti, trainer for the Minnesota Vikings, starting in 1961 when the organization first began until 2011. And then, of course, the man who drafted me 30 years ago. It's been almost 7 years since we lost Dennis Green. They were all great Vikings. Let's find out who that
Dennis Green was a Chad.
With the 102nd and final pick of the evening in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select, you asked for it and you're getting it, defensive back from USC, Mekhi Blackman.
This is a cool story because at practice at USC,
Mekhi Blackman
would go to the front of the line so he could work against Jordan Addison every day in practice. Now they're both going to be getting on the plane going from Los Angeles to play together for the Minnesota Vikings. Transfer from Colorado where he played with Gonzalez, who we saw go to the Patriots in the first round. He is always in phase.
All right, that's it.
Very efficient.
I'm not gonna stop when after.
Against Stanford was one of the best interceptions of any defensive back in this class. Joel, that defense, we referenced it earlier. There weren't a lot of bright spots, but Tuli Tuipulotu was one of them, and this was the other one here in Blackman.
Yeah, and Blackman at Colorado was a guy that, he made up what was the best part of their team. Obviously, Gonzalez in the secondary. That was a huge loss when he went to USC. That defense just never quite gelled, but he individually put together some great coverage tape, and he's certainly a tough player.
What were you doing that they were leaving? Like, you got me. Hey, man. Where were you?
Did you get on social media? CD?
No, that's why I'm not.
Right. And so many others on leavings, dude. Hey, that wraps up our coverage tonight. So, first of 2 times, because we're about to do something on NFL Total Access. You are awesome, Joel Platt.
Thank you, sir.
You are awesome.
It's been so much fun. I appreciate you guys.
All right, I'll see you guys.
That was great.
There you go. And I greatly appreciate you, and we'll miss you tomorrow. But Peter Schrager's going to be sitting in your chair. So.
Well, I'm sure you're going to hear me all fall. So that's Saturday.
So you're doing the USFL tomorrow? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
7 p.m. and on Sunday.
There you go. Double dip.
Oh, yeah. And can't get enough football.
We'll be stuck with the truck and staying here all the way to Mr. Irrelevant. That wraps up night number 2 here in Kansas City. To all the men and women behind the scenes who made this broadcast possible. Say thank you to everybody watching tonight on NFL Total Access. We'll be back here for round 4 on Saturday. In the meantime, NFL Total Access starts right now.
Keely Ringo is out of the 3rd round.
NFL Total Access presented by Ram Trucks. We are 5 wide on the TA set tonight. I'm MJ Acosta.
All righty.
Here we've got Mark.
That's it. That's a pretty short 3rd round. So yeah, and I think 4 through 7 is going to go really smooth. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at noon for the NFL Draft Shitstravaganza finale, rounds 4 through 7. We'll see you guys then. Goodbye.